only that, we've got obviously Ricky Starks. Well, we think it's Ricky Starks. Starks is all that's being mentioned internally. He's being referred to as Starks. And it's actually quite interesting because they're still not really referring to him. Let's have a look, shall we? Look, so I've got the article in front of me. Here is the NXT preview, right? So here's the NXT preview. It says a game-changing contract signing takes place. Doesn't mention the name. Even down here, Stacks, honors the D'Angelo family. Here's the article, look. After last week's shocking arrival, NXT's newest superstar will sign the contract and officially become a member of the Silver and Black brand. So again, a game-changing contract signing. But it mentions no name, and even in the article here, mentions no name, and internally, he is being called Starks. It's just Starks. So I don't know if they're just going to run with that name. I really don't know why they're making such a big deal out of this. I have no idea why they're not just calling him Ricky Starks. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. I mean, Ethan Page came over and was Ethan Page. You know, Julia's come over and she's still Julia. She was Julia outside of WWE. She's Julia now. Stephanie Vacour was Stephanie outside of WWE. She's Stephanie now. So Ethan Page, exactly the same. Why is it with Ricky Starks we're looking to do something different there? I genuinely don't know. So a game-changing contract signing takes place on NXT. Kelani Jordan, Jaida Parker, Karmen Petrovic battle in a number one contender triple threat match. We got Zaria and Ruca taking on Lash Legend and Jakara. We got Stacks honoring the D'Angelo family against Shawn Spears. So some really interesting stuff going down tonight on NXT. If you're anything like me, this is the night that you get so more excited for than anything else. This is the night that I really do look forward to. This is my favorite show of the week. It really, at this point, probably isn't even close. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of where things go from here. We've got the whole fallout of Vengeance Day, and we've got a pretty fun show ahead. So yeah, hello. I hope everyone's doing well. James said, I love how they're trolling everyone with the whole Ricky Starks thing. It does feel that way. I mean, part of me is wondering if they're going to do the contract signing and he is just going to be Ricky Starks. Part of me does wonder that, if it is just like a big troll job. But I don't know. I mean, it's so strange. Lamario said, what's in store for NXT tonight regarding that new faction? Well, I think that new faction may do some backstage attacks. They might get involved in some matches. At some point, we need to hear from them because we need to hear what they're all about. NXT, if they want, though, they can wait a week and they can just have this group causing carnage and just let it be known that they'll speak next week. We're going to find out about this group, who they are, what they want. We're going to find out next week, right? You could get away with that, with doing some more attacks, right? Or you could just go straight into it and we'll just find out about them tonight. I think the thing that's quite interesting is, where do NXT stand on this new group? And what I mean by that is this a group that's got sign-off from Shawn? Shawn can't be happy with this group attacking their champions and causing carnage on the show. I mean, look, ratings and all of that is obviously very important, and this is bringing some excitement. So I don't know. I mean, how does Shawn feel about this group? Because they're bringing excitement, they're bringing some mystery. From a promoter point of view, that's going to be welcome. But equally, in kayfabe, Shawn is not going to want to see his show being completely sabotaged. He's not going to want this group just running amok. So it's going to be interesting to see what does Shawn think about it? What does Ava think about it? Are they angry? I'm guessing they will be. So is this group looking to be signed? Is this a group of people from outside of WWE, even though it's already been mentioned on commentary that they're performance center recruits? I mean, if they're performance center recruits that are taking things into their own hands, again, how does that play with Shawn? How does that play with Ava? How does that play with the trainers? I mean, there's such an interesting story there that it's not just about what do they want. I think it can be about how do NXT feel about this group as well. So, honestly, I think there's a lot to get your teeth into with it. I think there's a lot to unpack. And I don't know that I would necessarily do all of that like on this show. I'd be really tempted, I think, to do a few more attacks, have them say a few little throwaway comments, and then let it be known that they're willing to speak to Shawn or Ava next week and kind of lay out what it is they're looking for. I think I'd go down those kind of roads. But yeah, we're sure to get some more update with that group on this show. Uncle Rebel, hello, bud. Hope you're doing well. Says, sorry I missed out on giving everyone my wisdom last night. I was at a hockey game. I was just outside the Rogers Centre in Toronto. No Elimination Chamber adverts. I think the ticket sales are doing well. I don't think there's any problems or anything there. I don't know if it's sold out. But that's a bit of a surprise that there was no Elimination Chamber adverts in that area. So, yeah, Uncle Revel, really appreciate that. It's always crazy to think we're speaking to, like, people around the world. It's crazy to think in our one group we've got people that are, like, in Canada, in America, in the UK, in Europe. You know what I mean? Just all over the place. So that's kind of really cool that you're able to give us that information. So shout out to you, buds. Lamario said, it makes sense why they went after the champs. That's how you make an impact. You attack the big dog. You attack the champions. Yes, that's true. That is how you make a statement. But because they're new, they're performance center recruits, are they really under the impression that one of them, or, you know, maybe they're going to have to cheat their way, are going to go straight after the NXT championship? Like, that's why I'm saying, is that the plan? I mean, what are they after? Are they looking to go after the top title? Are they looking to go after all the titles? Are they just performance center recruits that are frustrated that they've been held back? They've been in the PC for quite a while and they just can't get onto NXT. Other than Dion Lennox, you know, the rest I don't think we've seen. So is it that we had enough, you know, could it just be simply we had enough, like, of waiting around? We got tired of waiting. If you're not going to put us on the show, we'll put ourselves on the show and we'll put everyone on notice in the process. So it might be something as simple as they just want to get onto the show. And of course, cause carnage. It might not be that they necessarily have got their sights set on becoming NXT champ, you know, one of them, whoever the leader is. Is there a leader? That's something else we need to find out. So it's very exciting because there's so many different directions you can take it. There's so many different things that you can do with this group. And they've really made them feel important as well. You know, and we need the name as well. We can't just keep calling them the group. We need to find out the name of this faction, this group, and we need to find out the name of Ricky Starks. It's very good. I mean, it's really setting up for a big NXT tonight. It's really setting up a big NXT. Days full sale for TNA on Thursday. Tapings have completely sold out. That's brilliant. I've got so much affection for Full Sail that I do regard it as like a key wrestling venue now, which is mental because, you know, Madison Square Garden is a key wrestling venue. The Sportatorium was a key wrestling venue. But for me, that building, I mean, I've got such affection for Black and Gold NXT. I've got such affection for when the network started and we was able to... I don't know if it was really for the first time because I don't think, or I'm not aware, that FCW was shown in the UK. I don't think we could ever in the UK watch the WWE developmental before NXT and the network 2014, 2015. I don't think we had access to it. I certainly don't remember ever seeing it. There was videos on YouTube, of course, and ways that you could get it like via YouTube. But this was like game changing. game changing. And I used to tune in every week to NXT, as still do, obviously. But that Full Sail building, I still think that's the peak NXT. And you think of the talent that came through with Bayley and Sasha and Charlotte and Finn Balor, Seth Rollins, Bray Wyatt. You think of the talent that came through NXT in that sort of 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. I mean, it is just special. I know we use that word a lot, but special. That's still the peak NXT for me. I actually think it started to lose its way a bit 2019. I remember going to Florida in 2018. I was absolutely loving it, loving NXT. I went to Full Sail. I didn't get a chance to go in and watch a taping, but I went to Full Sail. And even just walking around was so magical because you can actually go around the back of the university and you can see a lot of where the backstage segments for NXT were shot. They've got like this fake set with like shop fronts and everything back there because, of course, that university is a university for how to become a cameraman, how to become an editor, how to work lighting, how to, be a director, be a producer. So they're creating a lot of content at that place. So they needed a set. So there was a set round the back, and like even just walking around that, you kind of felt like, oh, probably shouldn't be doing this, but I don't know. It had to be done, to be honest. I'd seen so many of those places, locations on the show that I couldn't go to Florida without popping to Full Sail. So, yeah, I've got real affection for that place. And I do think it's a shame that we never went back after the pandemic. I don't think the Performance Center is anywhere near as good. It doesn't feel like it's got the same atmosphere. It doesn't like we can fit anywhere near as many people in. It all feels a bit tighter. Not around the ring. I mean, the ring area's got plenty of space. That's fine. But it doesn't feel like the atmosphere is the same. It doesn't feel like we can fit as many people in there. And it just doesn't feel as good, to be perfectly truthful. So I do have a lot of affection for Full Sail. I think it's brilliant that wrestling is still being held in Full Sail. And I think it's a really good move by TNA. Yeah, to pop there. And I'd love for... I think once a year NXT should do a homecoming type show, where we celebrate the history of NXT. We celebrate, call it Takeover, NXT Takeover, and it's at Full Sail. And, we just really kind of relive the past. We all make it black and gold and relive the past, and William Regal coming out and Triple H is there, and some of the people that came through that. I mean, we could do a show where we celebrate the history of NXT. It's bonkers to think that it was 10 years ago that the UK got it's about just over 10 years since the UK had the WWE network. We were a little late getting it. It was end of 2014, early 2015. So it was about 10 years ago the UK had the network. And so special, so cool, so great building. Lisa said, hello, Daze. Hello, Lisa. Who do we think the leader of the new group is? Will it be one of the four or someone we've not seen yet? Can't really answer that, to be honest, because I'm in the dark like all of you, really. I think, personally, it'll probably be one in the group. I don't know. I mean, to bring four people in is a big thing, right? Granted, they're four names that we don't really know, but it's not a problem. I'm down for getting used to who they are. I'm down for finding out about them, and it's a brilliant way they've been showcased so far. I don't know that there's some mystery person pulling the strings in the background. I mean, we didn't really see that with Retribution. We didn't see that with the Shield. We didn't really see, anything like that. I can't really make an argument for that being the case of what's happening here. So I think it's probably one of them in the group would be my guess. But I can't really rule anything out because there's really no words on this group at all. There's really not really much being circulated about them at all. A.B. Jobson said, A.B. for the Hall of Fame, LFG, howdy days and wrestling friends. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, that'll be next week. We always tend to do it at the end of the month. So next week we'll be doing Hall of Fame. And There's plenty of fantastic community members that have not in the Hall of Fame. Obviously, we've limited ourselves to just one every month, and I think that keeps it special. And it means that we've still got so many deserving people to put in. So, yeah, it's going to be as competitive as always. But, of course, one man is finally in, and that is Mitchell, after months and months of trying. So, no longer... Hey, another spot has opened up on the poll. Pretty much every month, Mitchell was one of the names. So, all of a sudden now, we're going to start seeing, like, 4... names that are eligible rather than it being 3 and Mitchell all the time. So there we go. Hannah said, Daze, salutations. When growing up, did you ever come up with a gimmick that you would love to see come true on TV for any wrestler? Probably, but honestly, I couldn't remember now. I mean, when I was a kid... I don't remember really spending much time thinking about new gimmicks. I just remember spending quite a lot of time like drawing pictures or create. I mean, one thing I did, which I wish I still had actually, because I think it would be really fun to look back on. I used to get like cards and I would make like a ring and get some string or some elastic bands to use as the ropes. And I'd be able to make a ring and it was pretty good, right? And then what I'd spend my day doing is like drawing onto the cards all the wrestlers I could think of, really, and like colouring in their ring attires. I'd have Bam Bam, I'd have the Big Boss Man, I'd have Vader, I'd have the Warrior, I'd have Hogan. I mean, a really golden era, early 90s. I was just Undertaker. I was just drawing them all out so that I had all my wrestlers for my ring that I had made. And they were just 2D bits of cards, but I mean, then I could put on matches and stuff like that. So I think rather than sitting and thinking about new gimmicks and thinking about new shows and stuff like that, I was way more into creating a world that had kind of already existed, Like, I would be building, like, little entrance ways, and I'd be building rings, and I'd be, like, cutting out all these, like, 2D card wrestlers and all stuff like that. Once I made a flipping coffin, right? This is a story I've told before. I actually, one day was, like, I wanted to do a coffin match with my brother, right? So I was like, right, I'm going to build a coffin. So I got the cards, and it was quite thin stuff. So, unfortunately, it was a little bit, like, wobbly. But, I mean, I really did, like, get loads of tape. And it was quite, by the end of it, it was quite structurally strong, actually. Because I'd used a lot of card, layered it. I'd used a lot of tape. I'd really put a lot of work in. And I remember, like, lying in it. And it just fit perfectly. It was so comfortable. Because it was like the perfect shape around me, made of cards. And I'd put pillows all in the bottom of it as well. And it was right next to my bed. So it was like as long as my bed was, really. And then me and my brother had like coffin matches where the winner was the one that got their opponent into the coffin, right? But the thing was, that coffin that I built was, and it was only out of card, was so comfortable that I actually was like, do you know what? I'm going to sleep in that tonight. And my mom came in one night and I was there on the floor sleeping in a coffin that I had made. And apparently she spoke to my aunt about it because they were worried something was wrong with me. They were like, why is he sleeping in a coffin? They legit thought something was wrong. They legit thought that I was like turning into a goth at the age of 9 or something. And it was only because it was a coffin match and it was The Undertaker and I just made it out of cards and I was like so comfortable. So that was what I wasn't really thinking about new wrestlers, like, oh, this would be a good idea or that'd be a good idea. I was way more into, I'm going to build this, I'm going to build that, I'm going to, just try and create and build things out of card and drawing and stuff like that. I loved all of that. Daze, do we think NXT and TNA talent should get spaces on the WrestleMania card, says Paul? Not TNA talent. I have nothing against TNA, but TNA is a promotion that we're working with. And, really the reason we're working with them is because if there's any talent there that we like, we would like them to come to us rather than AEW. As well as that, it's a different place for our talent to go to develop. So, for example, if you're Brinley Reese, I don't know why I use her as an example a lot, but I do, or you're a Dion Lennox or whatever, we've now not only got the NXT show and Performance Center, we can now send people over to TNA. So this is what we're getting out of it, you know, and also it's helping ratings because anything can happen, yeah? Anything can happen. A TNA talent might pop up. The Hardys could come over. You know, we could also get Ash by Elegance or whatever, right? Moose. So a little bit of help with the ratings. Certainly some help with development of the talent that's coming through. I mean, it's been great for even the likes of Cora Jade to go over and, like, you know, see what it's... Well, she knows what it's like out there. She's competed in TNA before, but it's great to be able to do that. And yeah, it's you know, ticking a few boxes, including, oh, we really like Jordynne Grace. Please come to us. Yeah. I don't know why we haven't been able to get Josh Alexander. To be honest, I don't know that we ever got him into NXT, to be honest. So I sort of look at that and I'm like, I get why we're doing it. Yeah. I get why we're doing it. What they get out of it is they get, obviously, exposure on NXT. They get like a spot, like a couple of spots at the Royal Rumble. And, you know, it's that relationship is brilliant for them because people are tuning in on a Thursday now to see, you know, Cora Jade's over there, Wes Lee's over there, Fraxium are wrestling over there. And, you know, I can't imagine that's been bad for their ratings. Plus, also, it's getting their talent more exposure. Masha Slamovich is going to be competing against Cora Jade soon. So you can see what NXT get out of it. You can see what TNA get out of it. I don't really see where the WrestleMania aspect comes in. I mean, that to me is just taking spots away from main roster talent, like giving it over to like TNA talent. So I personally wouldn't do that. I don't so much mind an NXT showcase match being on a kickoff show because I think, like, you know, if you've got two stars that you want to showcase them because they're going to be coming up. Let's say Trick Williams versus Obafemi, yeah? And you want to showcase that match because both of these guys are pretty close to the main roster. That makes sense to me as to why you would do that. That makes sense. You're doing that because, well, we want our fans to see these people because they'll be coming to the main roster soon. But I don't really get why you would want to showcase TNA talent. Like, what does WWE get out of that? How does that benefit WWE? Like, I can't quite see that one. But I could understand, like, some on a kick, but they don't like doing matches on kickoff shows. And to be perfectly truthful with you, it's so hard to get the main roster people onto WrestleMania that you could do 16, 17, 18 matches and not even need NXT. Like, the rosters are so deep with Raw and SmackDown. So I wouldn't, is my honest answer. I wouldn't have NXT. I certainly wouldn't have TNA. But if they really wanted to do something, I don't know why they don't do something on the countdown show, the kickoff show. Got to remember, though, that on the Saturday, NXT is that earlier that day. So if you are going to do something, you're not going to be able to do it at Stand and Deliver. You might get away with doing Trick Ober on the Sunday if they do Stand and Deliver on the Saturday. But, you know, one of them could get injured and all of that, you know. And then you got to change the match, haven't you? So it might be better to not have them compete at Stand and Deliver and actually use Stand and Deliver to say, oh, if you want to see this match, it'll be on the day 2 WrestleMania countdown show. But I don't know, they don't really have an appetite for that. I think, honestly, they just use Stand and Deliver for NXT, and that's on the Saturday. And then we start day 1 of WrestleMania, literally an hour, a few hours afterwards. And then they don't do anything on day 2. I think, did they do the Slammies? They might have done the Slammies in 2024 on day 2. And then later on, you do WrestleMania day 2. Calvin said, Daze, it's frustrating that A-Town Down Under are still on Raw and will stay a tag team when there's nothing for them, do you see them in a tag title scene? It's frustrating that A-Town Down Under are still on Raw and will stay a tag team when there's nothing for them. Do you see them in the tag title scene? Yeah, they're in the tag title scene. I mean, I don't know whereabouts in the picture they'll be, but yeah, they're in that picture. I mean, they're getting interviewed. There doesn't seem to be anything for them at the moment. Doesn't seem to be anything for them. Julian said, what's up? It's my birthday. Happy birthday, buds. We are barbecuing some foods, and we have you playing in the background. Couldn't ask for anything better. Oh, Julian, shout out to you. That sounds awesome. Having a bit of a barbecue. And, oh man, it's been so long since I've had a barbecue. I mean, literally years. So that is quite an interesting idea that I might explore. Bit too cold at the moment, but yeah, quite fancy a barbecue now you've mentioned it. I hope yours goes well, buds. James said, imagine the twist. Corey Graves is behind the group. Bum, bum, bum. That would be a twist. Pack Attack said, I would love to see a 6-man Ultimate X match for the United States Championship for WrestleMania 41. Daniel, hello. Shout out to you. 3 predictions for this year. Berto gets a nuclear push because of the Mexican PLE. Khan tried to shoot hard on WWE, but botches instantly. Tommy Toy Travels gets inducted into your Hall of Fame for all of his work, says Hannah. Daze, your top 5 factions. Oh, that's too many, but top 5's too many. I mean, if you want to do like top 2, top 3, I mean, Shield. I always find it hard. I mean, is 3 a faction? I feel like it is. Anything more than 2, I think, is a faction because 2 is a tag team. So, you know, I'd be going Shields. I think they might be the best, actually. I was not a massive fan of DX when Shawn wasn't around, but Shawn, Chyna, and Triple H as DX. And I didn't even mind Shawn, Triple H, and Hornswoggle. They actually made me laugh quite a bit back in the day. So, but when Shawn wasn't around, I wasn't as keen on that DX, to be honest. But DX, gotta go DX. Gotta go DX. Gotta go Shields. I like New Day, but might have to go NWO for the impact that they had. Horseman was before my time, to be honest. Horseman never had a big impact on me. It's not a WWE thing. It's like a Jim Crockett WCW thing. So I've never really engaged all that much with the Horsemen, but I can recognize that the correct answer should be to say them. But that's not one that would be for me. So, yeah, even though NWO was outside of WWE, it was so big. I mean, it was absolutely flipping huge that and so inspirational. I mean, you know, you can say that it basically was the Monday Night War, kicked it all off. I mean, I'd struggle to not include them. So I think I'd be going Shield, DX, and NWO, but I mean, there's many, many great ones, of course. You could have mentioned, like, Undisputed Era. Could have gone Bullet Club if you wanted to go, like, for a different, or Los Ingo Benables. There's quite a few, isn't there? Like, some might say Judgment Day. Some might say Wyatt family, of course, which were excellent. Yeah. I don't know who I would take out for Wyatt family, though. I don't know who I'd take out. Wyatt family would probably have to be in at number 4 because I can't really lose DX or NWO. So it might have to be the Shield. But look at what the Shield have achieved. You know, it's Roman Reigns, it's Seth Rollins, Dean Ambrose. They're so impactful. Wyatt 6 are not there. I can tell you who's not there. It ain't Wyatt 6. I'm hoping they get up there eventually, but not right now. Yeah, Wyatt family might have to just come in at 4, but that's one that might change. That's one that I'd have to debate in my mind, and maybe they slip in instead of the Shield. But, oh, God, I love the Shield. I love the Shields. They were so cool. But I love the Wyatts as well. It's good. Maybe I do go back to your original top 5. If I go back to your top 5, then I don't have to worry about trying to get the Wyatts in. Ghostblade said, Daze, what do you think the new group will fail? Do you think the new group will fail if they don't have a leader being good at promos? Do you think the booking will make up for that? I think, no, someone needs to be able to talk in that group. If that group's going to struggle to communicate and going to struggle with charisma, they're going to struggle. So I think creative, can it make up for bad promos? Or like, one of the 4 has got to be charismatic. One of the 4 has got to be able to talk like well on a microphone. And I've got to think that they will. If you've got 4 people that are going to struggle with that, if all 4 of them cannot cut promos, I think it's dead in the water. I think it'd be dead in the water. It doesn't matter if 3 are terrible and 1 is good. That would be fine because the 1 can do the talking. But if all 4 of them have got no charisma, they're just flipping rubbish on the microphone, they're not engaging, they can't hold your attention, they can't, like, there's no kill shots, nothing they're saying is that interesting, it's just washing over you, it's just waffle, it's just monotone. I don't. You're going to struggle with that. You're going to really struggle. You can book it well, and you might get some degree of success with really good booking. But if you haven't got the ability to talk, you're dead. You're going to be dead. So yeah, one of them needs to be able to have that ability. But I've got confidence they have. I mean, you just would not select these people if they didn't have that ability. You just wouldn't even go for them. So I've got to think that this group have got the ability to talk. I've got to think that this group, or at least someone in this group, is going to be good on the microphone. These are going to be performance center standouts. These are going to be people that are NXT TV ready. But not only that, they're so good that, like, they're worth an extra spotlight. They're worth, like, drawing some serious attention to. Because make no mistake about it, this group have sent out a message. They've sent out a statement. They're basically saying, we're here to take over. And so if they're then just going to put on bad matches and not talk or whatever, this group's going to be dead on arrival. So, yeah, no, they've got to back it up. They've put a lot of pressure onto this group. This group's got to back it up. But I've got every confidence they will, because I just don't think you would put people in this position if you really didn't believe in them. So I think that there's some talent here that I believe has come off the indie scene. They're not, like, next in line. I don't know if that's true of all of them. It doesn't really matter. Even if there's only a couple of them that are indie talents that know what they're doing and have had, like, you know, countless matches and lots of promo time on the indie scene, that's fine. You can always carry a couple of people that need, you know, bringing up to speeds. So that would be absolutely fine. But I think that Shakuan Sugars has got a history to him. So, yeah, I'm confident this thing's going to work. I don't have a feeling that it's going to be the next Retribution. I mean, look, can things go that way? Yeah, but I don't know. I'm certainly not going to be thinking that or giving up on the group before they've even got started, you know? I like everything I've seen so far. So, Ghostblade, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Hannah said, it feels that Fatu inherited the best qualities from the Anawais. Aggression of Umaga, the agility of the Usos, micability of The Rock, power of Roman Reigns, a funny persona of Rikishi, and the intimidation of Yokozuna. Thoughts? My thoughts, honestly, and this, I don't think this is controversial, but my thoughts about Jacob Fatu, honestly, are that we ain't seen nothing, so I don't know what I'm meant to really judge him off. The only thing I can say is that him staring and mean mugging is brilliant. His promo as he's walking to the ring, brilliant. But we said before, his match with Braun, a lot of people felt was underwhelming. And we don't have loads of matches to kind of go off. I mean, he can move, he's agile, I can see all of that, but I don't know. I mean, like, his promos, him going back and forth with someone. There was a few moments when he was in the ring with Cody and with Drew. I just sort of felt like his aura was slipping a little bit. I think it was like the way that he was kind of like circling round Cody and Cody was keeping an eye on him. I was just looking at Jacob and I was like, I'm not sold on what he's wearing. I'm not sold on his actions. Like, everything is being super analyzed because he's hit the ground running. Everything he's done so far has been absolutely amazing. Everything Jacob has done has just been worshipped. Yeah. And I think part of that is because everything he has done so far has been turned up to 12. You know, when he says, I love you, Solo, I've said before, he can't push his hands together any harder. He couldn't say, I love you, Solo, any more passionately, right? When he comes down to the ring to murk people, he murks them like there are bodies flying everywhere. Like, he doesn't just go in and knock some people down. Like, he is just chucking them around and he is just cleaning house. So when he comes to wrecking people, it's 12 out of 10. When it comes to acknowledging Solo, it's 12 out of 10. When it comes to facial expressions and, you know, looking disgusted or looking like he's about to kill someone, it's 12 out of 10. Everything is just, you know, his promos when he's walking to the ring backstage, yeah, 12 out of 10. It's like he's yelling at the camera as he's walking his way to Gorilla. You know what I mean, kind of thing. You know, that phrase he came out with, all gas, no brakes. I mean, that really sums him up. That really sums him up. All gas, no brakes. Everything is 12 out of 10. And then I saw him in the ring with Cody and Drew, and he was having, not his fault, having to do some stuff that didn't warrant 12 out of 10. His promo that he was cutting in with Drew, that wasn't 12 out of 10. It didn't need to be. It might have come across as a bit strange if it had been. So we're now starting to see what Jacob's range is like. What's Jacob like when he has to cut a promo where he's at a 7 or an 8? Because a 12's just not required. What's Jacob like when he's walking around Cody and he's, you know, trying to be intimidating, but again, he's not like pushing Cody around, but maybe he should have. Perhaps he should have, rather than circled around Cody. Perhaps he should have gone right up to Cody, put his head on Cody's head, and thought about, if I'm going to intimidate Cody, rather than circling around him and looking at the belt, why don't I just go right up to his face, put my head on his head and grit my teeth? And why don't I try and intimidate him that way? And maybe that would have been a better visual. From that little interaction that I saw in the ring, I was like, this isn't hitting me the same way as things have hit me before. And that match that he has with Braun Strowman, like, I thought there was some good stuff in there. When he was repeatedly smashing Strowman on Saturday night's main event, like, that's really great. But the match that came before was a bit, yeah. The more we're starting to dig into it, the more we're starting to see this isn't just untouchable 12 out of 10. And it would be unrealistic to think that that was going to be the case. But I suppose it just brings me back to what I said at the start. Can't really judge at the moment. The only thing I can say is that if I was to score Jacob, I would say he was like a 9 out of 10 since he's come in, because there are a few things that I can just point at and go, that didn't quite land, or that didn't quite hit the same, or there's a few little moments, but by and large, it's like 9 out of 10. The guy has got crazy aura. His music hits, the crowds pop. He's, you know, they've got him where they need him to be. But I just hope that he can keep, like, you know, delivering as we continue to dig into different situations, you know. So Jacob's really interesting. I think he is someone that's, you know, going to go on to be like a world champion and going to go on to achieve great stuff. Nothing is changing my mind on that. But I don't know how much I'm looking to get carried away with, like, Jacob's the greatest thing we've ever seen, when we haven't really seen a great deal out of him yet. Like, we haven't really put him in too many different situations. Still only had, like, a couple of matches. Only done, like, I think a couple of in-ring promos. It's still super early for him, so fingers crossed, though, because I would love for it to work out. I'd love for it to work out. And I do think there's a chance that we get, like, Jacob solo at WrestleMania. But you watch, if we get that match and that match is so-so, IWC carried away. I love him. He's a badass. He's like a 9 out of 10. I think he's done excellent so far. But let's see if he can keep it going. But Vengeance Day was okay, said Aubrey. It could have gotten into a great category if they had booked Hank and Tank. Adam said, Daze, do you see the new group having a leader that we've not seen yet? I don't really understand this. Where's this coming from, this whole leader that we've not seen? Like, is there like a YouTuber that's like predicting this or something? I don't understand why so many people are under the impression there's a leader that we've not seen, or why that would be a conversation. I've certainly seen no rumours of it, but there's quite a few people that are presenting that, which makes me wonder if there is an idea that's floating around out there. I'm not expecting one. I've seen no rumours of one. I don't see a need for one. I think this is a group of Performance Center recruits that they're looking to utilise and do something with. I don't think any leader has been teased, or so I don't know. It's a bit strange that we've got so many people kind of bringing that idea forward. It's certainly not impossible. I'm not going to sit here and say no, there's no way of that. You know, I'm certainly not saying that, but I don't know. It's could there be one? There could be, but equally, it could just be these 4 guys. There's nothing to indicate a higher power or anything along those lines. Kyle said, do you think Cena's not winning the Elimination Chamber because he's on Raw? I think Cena's winning the Elimination Chamber. I don't think he's not. That's another one that started doing the rounds as well, that Cena Logan, which I know that was mentioned. Well, it wasn't mentioned. Zero News kind of I wonder if it's coming from that Sportskeeda article that we spoke about in Unseen. But I am getting quite a few people going, what, you know, do you think we're getting Cena Logan now? And actually it's like, where's this coming from now? Where's this coming from? All WrestleManias. Well, since we found out The Rock's not going to be at Mania, pretty much since then, the conversation has been Cena Cody, Cena Cody, Cena Cody, Cena Cody. Over the past week, it just feels like it's shifted to Cena Logan. And I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why that's happening. I wonder if it's something to do with Logan putting out the thumbnail where he called Cena a snake. Or I wonder if it's got something to do with Zero News teasing CM Punk against Cody. I don't know. The only thing I can tell you is that the last concrete, well, no reports concrete, but the last thing I saw was that it's going to be Cena Cody. I've not seen a report saying anything else. So I am not expecting Cena Logan, no. Again, I always preference this, though, because I never claim to have sources, because I don't have sources. What I do claim, though, is that I do read a lot of the reports that are out there, because I have to for Unseen. So I sort of feel like I've got a grasp as to where the conversations are, certainly from the reports. And there's nothing being reported for Cena Logan. There's some teases, one from Zero News, which we did talk about in Unseen. But I don't know, how much stock do you want to put into Zero News? Is that a news source that people really value? Because I've got it pretty low down on the list of sources that I refer to, you know, so that's my thoughts on that, honestly. But could we get it? Yes, we could. It could still go that way. I would never want to sit here and go, no, that's definitely not happening, because, well, I don't know what's happening. I can only tell you what's been reported. But James said, I still don't get it. Oh, hello, what's happening, James? James is having some drama. She hates me, but she loves William, who says way worse than I do. Oh, my God. Drama. Wrestler Andy said, Daze, he's kind of like Solo, where he's caught between being a bulk and a cut. Who are we referring to? Jacob. Are we referring to Jacob? Do you know what? I think your thoughts on... I think what you've just said about Solo there is excellent, because Solo was very, very similar in the sense of he was an enforcer that people were really high on. And then, of course, they've just made him like the leader of the bloodline. And all of a sudden, no one gives a shiz about Solo. Solo's dead. Solo's irrelevant. Solo's like, no one's bothered. Jacob has completely eclipsed Solo. Solo was this badass enforcer that like Paul Heyman was nervous around. And, in the background, Solo would be looking at his thumb, and whenever there was like tension, people would be like reading into it. I do feel like we've sort of been here with Solo. You are right. And then equally, we've seen the drop off for Solo as well. So I sort of think like with Jacob, I don't want to put that pressure on, because it does feel even more promising, because we know Jacob's got a hell of a career behind him. I mean, Jacob is not someone that's just got into wrestling. Jacob is someone that was killing it in MLW. And so in-ring wise, I have no concerns with Jacob. Promo wise, I don't really have any concerns with Jacob, to be honest. I mean, I think Jacob is the real deal, but that impact that Jacob has, it's going to be very hard to maintain that when Jacob's going to be put in so many different situations and circumstances. And there's going to be times where Jacob's going to lose matches. And again, what's that going to do to the aura when he like loses? Can we rebuild him after that? Because I don't know that we're just going to have him go on like this undefeated streak. I mean, I think he's already lost, doesn't he? Didn't he lose by DQ at Saturday night's main event? So, yeah, there's a lot more road to go with Jacob. But the start has been very good. Right, Mr. B said, it would be wise to peek at a match history of Dion Lennox. He paired with 3 of the 4 new group, and he faced off with some interesting people in Level Up and Main Event. I watched it on the 26th of November, 2024. Mr. B, I agree. Yeah, you probably could figure out where this group's going or what's happening by having a little look at the past. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what they present us tonight. AKF said, Daze, that wrestler that you showed on Unseen that said was interested, it isn't Rio from AEW, it's an English wrestler. I've got it in today's Unseen, but so yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of this wrestler, to be honest. I'm not great with stuff outside of like AEW, WWE, little bit of New Japan Progress. I'm at a loss. So this is that Rio that they were referring to. So I don't know her. So yeah, great. Let's go. Bring her in. Let's see what she's about. And do you know what was crazy? You know that man like Doris? That was his name, right? It was on the thumbnail for the last Unseen. Do you know, like literally 2 weeks ago, he wrestled in Stourbridge for that Bridge Pro Wrestling. Stourbridge is where I'm from. And as I was growing up, I don't ever remember wrestling in Stourbridge. I don't remember ever seeing it happen, right? We do have like a town hall, but I don't remember ever hearing of any wrestling there. It could have happened, and maybe I just didn't hear of it happening, but I never saw adverts or anything for any wrestling in Stourbridge. And I think it was like 2023, a new wrestling promotion started in Stourbridge called Bridge Pro Wrestling or something. Millie McKenzie wrestles for them quite a lot. Millie McKenzie is normally in their main events and everything. So, and she obviously used to be in NXT UK. She's actually from the West Midlands. I'd imagine if Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne hadn't made Tyler Bate, definitely. If Tyler Bate hadn't have made it, he'd almost certainly be wrestling for them. So, yeah, I mean, it's a company I keep meaning to go to. The problem is they do their shows on a Friday night. But man like Doris, I think that's his name, he was actually in a battle royal for them a couple of weeks ago. He's currently in the UK doing a little tour. It's bonkers. Bonkers. that then word has come out from Fightful, WWE are interested in signing him. Imagine going to Starbridge, watching wrestling, and meeting someone that's literally on the verge of going to NXT. Literally on the verge of signing. Perhaps they're interested, like, ID in them first or something. They're interested in them, but I don't know to what level. Perhaps they're looking to get some more WWE IDs, you know. But I got to tell you, that is such a good idea. Because if you're someone that like is interested in indie wrestling, like for me, I would love to go to Bridge Pro Wrestling. I'd love to just go anyway, right? It's not about if I like what they're doing or know the wrestlers, but yeah, really it's just about my hometown has now got its own wrestling promotion. How do I not go and support that? Yeah. And they do it in like front of 50 odd people in a flipping hall, right? I mean, how do I not support that? I feel like I absolutely have to. So I will definitely end up going to one of their shows. But how bonkers that you could go and watch like someone that's about to be signed by WWE. And even if it is to WWE ID, the fact that you could go and watch a signed WWE ID talent, it does add a bit more weight to that show. It is like, oh, they've identified this person as someone they're really interested in. And it does, again, make you go, oh, yeah, I feel like I should watch them. I should go to that. In Stourbridge, if a WWE ID person was to come and perform, even though they're not like properly signed to NXT or anything, it means something. I get it. And I get how it helps the promotions and everything. Like, and Stourbridge Bridge Pro Wrestling is a perfect example. Like, I get how that would increase. I mean, just being able to use the WWE logo on your poster because this person is WWE ID'd. I would imagine you would be allowed to put that onto the poster. I mean, even just getting that on there is going to catch a wrestling fan's attention. So I think it's brilliant. I love this WWID thing. And of course, the big news today is there are championships, which don't look brilliant. I've seen people like, I'm not keen on those. I'm not really bothered, to be honest. I mean, I don't think they're great. They're all right. It would be a bit harsh to say that they're trash or anything like that. I mean, they're all right. They are what they are. And, you know, I don't look at them as like, oh my God, they're garbage. But, yeah, I mean, it's no winged eagle, is it? It's no winged eagle. But at least we've got these championships that are going to be... And how funny. Well, I'd love to find that clip, but I remember distinctly on a stream saying I would have belts that are at the indie level. I remember saying that I would have championships. Because we were talking about, like, what should we do with different mid-card belts? And I was like, I'd introduce some belts at the indie level that can be like passed around so that you can strengthen your brand on the independent scene. Because, you know, not only are you seeing WWE ID talent, but you are now potentially going to see championships being changed hands that are WWE recognized championships. And, you know, it's one thing to go to a show where there's going to be an ID talent, but how about you go to a show where there's going to be two and they're fighting for the championship? Imagine one of them at Stourbridge. I mean, it will never happen, but could you imagine? Could you imagine these going around the indie scene? The WWE ID championships being defended in your little town. Amazing. Brilliant. I can't really be... There's nothing to be down on with this. It's great. It's great. So, yeah, belts are so-so, you know. We've seen better. Love that as well. I would love to know if that's the real one. That up there, this one. I would love to know if that is the legit first ever WWE Championship, because it is. It is. But I don't know if it's the actual one. It's in the shape of America, and it was Buddy Rogers' belt. And you can find pictures of Bruno with it, because that's the one Bruno won in 63. And then that was Bruno's belt. I mean, I think only Bruno carried that. That is the Bruno belt. So that's the first one, Buddy Rogers. That's the Bruno belt. That's obviously the one that's in the 70s. That's the one Hogan wins from the Sheik she gets it from Bob Backlund's Big Green, which is then replaced. And I've said before, they're missing some, actually, because that is the Hogan 86. But there's a Hogan 85, which is not here. And I don't know why. Because they seem to have all these different championships, but there's a Hogan 85. There's even a Hogan, I believe, 84, which is not there either. So, and obviously then they've got the Winged Eagle, they've got the Attitude Belt, they've got the Undisputed Belt, they've got the Spinner Belt. Again, you could make it like, where's the Miz? Well, the Miz one is the same, it's just upside down. Where's like the Edge one? And, you know, you could maybe make the argument, where's the Universal? But perhaps this is just like WWE timeline, you know, so perhaps that's why we don't have that. But yeah, I mean, and then the bottom row is all intercontinental. Fascinating. I love the belts. I mean, that is just... I'd love to go and see that in person. And I'd love to know if that's the real deal, if these are the real ones, or if they're just replicas. I'm not sure. Very good. Very cool. I'm currently watching Die Hard, said James on Film 4. Not that anyone gives a shiz. No, I'm actually pleased for you. Real Madrid versus Man City should be good. I'm rooting for Madrid, said George. I'm fine with ID belts looking the way they do. Do you really want belts looking better than the main roster, said Uncle Revel. James said, I always prefer black with gold. I think it stands out more. My favourite title is the World Heavyweight title. I just thought it looked so good and it was massive. Are you talking about big golds? Like the old World Heavyweight title? The one that's, like, you know, Flair had, like NWA and all of that. I agree. I mean, that was beautiful. Very designed, very intricate, lots of detail. On that belt. I mean, for me, it's going to be Winged Eagle. Winged Eagle is the one. I think the thing with Big Gold for me is that it's very detailed. It looks very prestigious. It's got a lovely big plate on it. Screams champion and looks the part. I mean, it is great. I think the only thing that kind of holds it back for me is that it is just all golds. With the Winged Eagle, it's got... like the blue globe, so there's a bit of blue in there. It's got like a bit of black behind the world like heavyweight champion writing, so there's a bit of like black, there's a bit of blue in there. The shape of the plate is, you know, quite nice with the way it kind of goes. There's just these little touches that just, these little things that just kind of make it pop, whereas the Big Gold is basically just gold in your face, really. But it is an amazing belt. I could totally understand why people have that as their favorite. Yeah, some great designs, great belt designs. Just not so much recently. Daze, what do we expect Jordynne Grace to do tonight? Well, I mean, she's, you know, made her presence felt, gone and looked at the champions. I mean, she should be around the titles. The thing with Jordynne Grace is that she does not need to be in NXT to learn how to wrestle. She does not need to be in NXT really for any purpose other than we're just not quite ready for you on the main roster. We like you. You're a badass. I think with her, it's about, let's just put her into different situations. Let's have her cutting promos in the ring. Let's have her kind of standing in the crowds. Let's have her like going up for big title matches. Let's have her like doing backstage brawls. Let's have her main event in like shows, and just put her in loads of different situations. Maybe talk to her about, what do you think you need a bit of work with? Where would you like to develop a bit more? You know, do you think you need a bit more promo time? Do you think you need like longer matches, main event matches? Do you think you need to be in like a red hot feud, or like what? I don't know that there's anything really that she is particularly weak on. I mean, I don't know loads about her. I've not been following her career, but I sort of feel like the reason she's in NXT is really because we're just not ready for her on the main roster. We're not quite ready yet. So let's try and help her as much as we can. She's helping us by, you know, she's got a bit of name value. She's great talent. She's going to, you know, really contribute to that women's division. She can even do a little bit of helping others. Perhaps that's what she'd like to do. Actually take some of the girls under her wing. Perhaps she would be interested in like maybe being the leader of a faction. I don't know there's enough time for that. But certainly in the performance center, from a training point of view, she can, go through strength training for women and take some of the girls and show some of her routines and stuff like that. Like, she can really help out some of the other girls. But what would she like to get out of it and take it from there? Because to be honest with you, she doesn't really need to be like women's champ. She doesn't. She's been TNA champ, and the NXT title is comparable to that. You could even make an argument it's not that level. I mean, we've said before, I don't know if the TNA title is recognized as a legit world title in WWE. I'm not sure. But, I mean, what I know is that the TNA and NXT are kind of brand-wise being compared. So, the fact she's already won the TNA title, I don't see that as being, like, less than winning the NXT title. It's kind of comparable. I just don't really get the feeling she needs to come in and be NXT Women's Champion. I'm sure she wants to be, but I don't feel like she needs to. It's not stopping us calling her up, right? I feel like the only reason she's down there is because of the fact we're not quite ready for her yet. Simple as that. So if I were Shawn, that would be my conversation. My conversation would be, you're here because they're just not quite ready for you yet. We're quite close to WrestleMania and the plans are already in place. So what I want to do is I want to find out, what would you like to get out of this time that you're with us? Because I don't expect you to be with us like that long, 6 months, something like that, yeah? What would you like to focus on? What would you like to work on? How can we help you? How can we help develop you? We'll obviously keep an eye on everything you do, and if we feel there's something, we can feed that back as well. But let's use this time for goods, and let's try and find a way of, what's making something really good even better if we can. And I think I can't see any reason why she wouldn't be down for that. That might not involve the women's title. It might not be that the women's title is necessary for that. Because she's already had a run with the TNA belt, and I just don't know that that's going to benefit her. I mean, we've got so many great options for champion, We've got so many great options that, we don't really need Jordynne Grace. We don't really need her to be women's champion. So, I don't know. It's going to be a tricky one. That's my honest answer. If ever anyone's like, oh, what would you do with this person? Immediately I put myself in the situation of, right, I'm Shawn. This girl's come in. What's the conversation I'm having? And the conversation I'm having is exactly that. Like, you're here because they ain't ready for you. You're a great talent. We know your strengths. I don't actually know your weaknesses, which is why I want you to tell me what you think they are. And, we'll keep an eye out. And if there's something that we think's a weakness that she's not identified, we can obviously highlight that and then work on that as well. So, yeah, using this time constructively is going to be very important. And just getting her onto TV because she's a great talent. So, everyone at the show was happy with Steph winning. Feel like those people who are upset no matter what happens barely come out the house, said Vic. Was there people upset that Stephanie won against Fallon, was there? I didn't see much of that, to be honest. I didn't see much of that. I didn't see people being angry or upset or anything along those lines. I could believe it. I can believe it, but I didn't see much pushback on that. But then I'm quite fortunate in the sense of my list that I have is a very positive list of accounts that I just keep an eye on for unseen. I mean, obviously I get notifications when people send me stuff, but if I'm up to date with that, I'll go onto my list and it is just, Wrestle Talk, Cultaholic, WrestleLamia, just, those kind of accounts, really. A lot of that kind of trolling stuff, tribalism stuff, I just don't see it. I don't see it. And I've said so many times, it makes for a much more enjoyable online experience. I mean, I really do recommend people think about kind of doing something similar because it is a lot more enjoyable doing it that way. I'll tell you the other thing that I've started doing as well, and I'm sure some of you might have even realised that I do this now. If you put out an opinion, right, and it's an opinion that you really kind of believe in, right? It's something that you've thought about and this is something you believe in, right? I put out my kind of thoughts from time to time, and then I just mute the conversation. Like, I'm not really interested or looking in a conversation for it. I'm not putting like a thought out there because I want to have a big debate about it. Or I'm not putting a thought out there because I'm looking to throw ideas around. I'm putting a thought out there because this is how I feel right now. And if I want my mind to be changed, if I feel a bit uncertain about how I feel about something, I can always go into the comments. That's my choice. But I don't need that stuff going into my notifications. I don't need every response that people leave to be going into my notifications. The other thing as well is I don't need it because I need my notifications for unseen. So I'm looking for stuff that's going to go in unseen. I'm not looking for conversations on things that I've just tweeted out about, right? It's so for me, like, you could do it a different way, and that would be to just not have comments. You can actually turn comments off. But I always feel like, well, some people might be interested in seeing the debate underneath and leaving their thoughts and reading what other people have written. And if ever I did find myself going, I don't know, was that right? Was I right on that? I can always jump in and read it myself. But that is a choice rather than it being forced on you. And it's all just in your notifications feed. So there's little things on X that I think you can do that are really genuinely useful, like really like quite helpful in that, you can get rid of a lot of the stuff that you're just not interested in. Like a lot of the stuff that you just don't need. There are ways that you can kind of get rid of that. So it makes it more streamlined for me. Like now my notifications are largely just stuff for unseen. And if I'm looking for more stuff for unseen, I've got my list, which is all the wrestlers, and it's all the big major accounts like Fightful and PW Insider and all that kind of stuff. If ever I want to venture out, I can always just go into my feed and like venture out and see what people are talking about. But to be honest, that's, something I very, 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 very rarely do. Very rarely do. For me, I'm on X to find stuff for unseen. From a purely selfish point. I spend enough time on flipping X anyway. I don't need to be spending more. Johnny said, month 5 in the Colts. Help, said Johnny. Help. Yeah, Frankie said spank and bank. That's another thing that you get to cut out as well. I mean, we said there's a lot of like porn that's just on there. There's a lot of like stuff on there that you just, I mean, don't get me wrong, porn's great. There's a time and a place for it. And, I don't need it thrust in my face or the porn. But also you've got like a lot of bots. There's that crazy stat, which I can't quite remember. It's like 13%, 15% of all accounts are bots. So even a lot of the stuff that you're reading is just nonsense anyway, not from a human. So like, such a waste of time. So yeah, X and social media can be made like so much better. Daze is trying to change me, said William. He wants me molded in his image. He wants to take me under his wing and make me just like him. I would love that, William. I would love that. Imagine that when you pull up to truck stops, you jump out, you got a little beanie on, and you're like, hey guys, like that, and you just, oh my God, that'd be so good. Cadet said, James, I find tribalism is dumb, but it can be enjoyable, said Cadet. Porn is great, says Daze. Oh, come on. Porn's literally the best thing. Porn is the only thing that keeps me going. Demolition Hall of Fame this year, said Dave. Are Demolition Hall of Fame this year? I think they've got a really good chance, yes. The only thing I don't know is is it just a little too late. The timing is very interesting, though. To get them into a Legends deal so close to WrestleMania It's very, very interesting. Very interesting. So, yeah, we have got a good chance of seeing them go into the Hall of Fame. What excites me more are figures, to be honest. Figures excite me more. Could we get some new Demolition figures? Because Mattel did make some, but I think they were literally 2010, 2011, and we've had nothing since. They managed to get a Crush done later. But Axe and Smash, I think they've only ever had one figure each in Mattel's line. And you're going all the way back there. So, yeah, so many Demolition items that we could get. I have a picture, which I really need to find, of me with Demolition. I met them at a Comic-Con convention thing. I need to find that. I've got the one of me and Honky Tonk Man. And I need to find the one with me and Demolition. Oh, and I saw an image of the Mountie at that For the Love of Wrestling, and he was in full Mountie gear. And I was like, damn it. I should have gone. I should have gone. I'd love to have met the Mountie. The Mountie is one I was like, damn it. Jake the Snake would have been really cool. Mountie would have been really cool. Yeah. Every year I keep saying it. It's like I should have gone. Do you know, Alondra Blaze went one year, and I was like, Sometimes in life you've got to just do it, haven't you? Sometimes in life you've got to just do it and just go. And I'm not very good at that. Mayor Pete said, if you had to give up either porn or wrestling, what would you give up, Daze? Well, they're kind of the same thing, really, aren't they? If you think about it. They're kind of the same thing, certainly with what I watch. So I don't feel like I need to make that choice, because I feel like they're basically the same thing. Our watch-alongs would be drastically different, I can tell you that much. Yeah? Drastically different. I think we leave it there. Dark Knight said, I've still got my old Demolition figures from the 90s, all three. I've got the Hasbro ones as well, but I lost the helmets like ages ago. I don't know where the flip they went. Gutted. The helmets went. I had the helmets and they all went missing. So yeah, I've got them down there as well. I flipping love them. I don't have the Mattel ones because the Mattel ones were quite hard to get, actually. And so I never managed to get them. And I could have got them on eBay, but they've always been expensive. Always been expensive. So them coming back in the line, oh my God. So good. So good. So excited. Daze, when do we think Punk uses his favor? And what do you think? They've dropped the whole Punk as a favor thing. I don't know that it's been dropped. I just don't think it's, been needed or referenced yet, because we just haven't been seeing Punk. We haven't been seeing Roman. We haven't been seeing Heyman. So obviously, they'll pop back up. I'm sure, it might be a case that it's going to be Seth Roman main eventing, and, Punk might say to Heyman, I'm calling in my favor. Get me in that match. My dream is to main event WrestleMania. You have a word with Roman and you get me in that match, because I want to beat down Seth Rollins as bad as anyone, and I'm always ready to give Roman a beating. So it could be something like that. Get me in that match. If it's Roman Seth that's booked and CM Punk wants in, Roman's like saying no, Seth's saying no, like they're both stopping him from main event in WrestleMania, that's where the favor might come in. So that would be my best guess, to be honest. Oh, look what Uncle Revel sent. Look at this. Here come the axe. Here come the smasher with Demolition. Yeah, man. So good. I love Demolition. I mean, they look kinky AF, don't they? But they were so cool. I mean, it's so weird to look at them and think that they were cool, but they were cool. I mean, at the time, the gear was, raising eyebrows. But yeah, they were cool, and they were badasses, and it just worked. It's such a shame that Smash as a solo wrestler didn't really work out. You know, as a solo wrestler, he obviously went on to become like Repo Man and whatever, and it's like such a shame that like this was the best it was really for them. But as a tag team, absolutely unbelievable. They had the record for longest tag champs. And that was obviously beaten by the New Day, which I think was that then beaten by the Usos. I think it was. And but Demolition had it for years and years and years and years and years. So yeah, amazing. They absolutely deserve to go in. Al said, Daze, you and the regulars of the community know what a Stardom fan I am. At Grand Slam, AEW and Ring ROW Final Battle, is that Reality of Wrestling? I keep waiting for Momo Watanabe to jump over the barrier and put some HATE down. Al, unfortunately, I don't know a lot about Stardom, so I'm out of my depth on that one. I mean, I know that it's an all-women's promotion that's been around for a while. I know some of the talent that's been over there and has come out of there. I think actually, if I had more free time, it would be a promotion I could really engage with, actually. I think it'd be a promotion I'd really enjoy. I don't know much about Marigolds. They seem to be a bit quiet, but I'm sure they're doing stuff. I'm sure they're still putting out shows and whatever. But there was like a relationship with Marigold that was being teased between them and WWE. And I don't really know what's come of that. I don't really know. Did EO go over to do something with Marigolds? I don't really know what came of it. But yeah, all women's promotion. Definitely, I'd be down for watching that. It's like AJ Dub from back in the day. Amazing stuff. I wish it was just a bit bigger and a bit more accessible. Jarl says, the only reason Demolition have not been in the Hall of Fame is the lawsuit that they had against WWE in 2016. Enhancement talent to Hall of Fame, said Charles. Yeah, I've got no problems with that. I've got no problems with enhancement talent going in. I think that a Hall of Fame shouldn't be about... it shouldn't be achievement based. It should really be based on your contribution. And you could have been with the company for 30 years and you may never have been remotely close to WWE champion. But are you telling me that they still didn't contribute? Are you telling me that everything they did and the effort they put in was not valued? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you go into the Hall of Fame because you made a massive contribution, a contribution that really helped the company. And if you're an enhancement talent like Brooklyn Brawler, Barry Horowitz, you know, those iconic enhancement talent guys, you did what you was told to do for a very long time. And that was, I need you to go in there and make the other wrestlers look good. I need you to go in there and just bump around, take their finishing moves and make them look good. And they did that night after 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 night for years and years and years and years and years. And the idea that like that contribution is just not valued, or that contribution is like they're disqualified from the Hall of Fame because they didn't become WWE champion when they never had the opportunity to become WWE champion. That doesn't sit right with me. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't work for me, brother. So I have no problem with enhancement talent going in, as long as it's enhancement talent that made a significant contribution, you know? Like, they must have had longevity. There must have been, like, you know, a lot of matches that they did to put talent over. If they were just there for a hot minute, then, you know, no, I don't think the contribution would be that great. But, yeah, I don't really look at it as being like, oh, you've got to have been WWE champion. Or I think that ship sailed a long time ago. Long time ago. There's plenty of people in that were never WWE champion. There's plenty of people in where their achievements are a bit wishy-washy. So, yeah, I definitely think there's room Definitely room for people that's like a Brooklyn Brawler. Hannah said, Daze, based on everything you've seen in wrestling, what wrestler do you think has got the greatest range in making themselves a great face or a great heel? Someone who takes different personalities the best. Someone that can be a great face, but also a great heel. Do you know, the truth is that there's a lot of people that fall into that brackets because it's not a difficult thing to do. I think being a great heel can be, well, both can be challenging for some people, but there's a lot of people that have the ability to do both. There's a lot of people that have the ability, you know, the first name that came to mind was Randy Orton. I think Randy Orton is a brilliant heel. He was someone that was very, you know, kind of opportunistic. You know, he was very calculated as a heel. He was someone that you just couldn't trust. He'd stab you in the back. You was always wary of him. Even the fans know that, you know, the Viper just fits in perfectly. Perfectly. And so you look at that. But then the thing is that when you've got someone, if you crack that, if you are really good as a heel and you get how to be a heel, that probably means that you understand the psychology of wrestling. It probably means that you understand how the game works. And so if you can be a really good heel, chances are you can flip it and become a really good babyface. And the reason why I say that is because if you've got the ability to be cold, calculated, if you've got the ability to hurt people without caring, if you've got the ability to, you know, be opportunistic and take opportunities when they arise and, you know, and the crowd understand that, it's so easy to flip it and largely still be that same person, but now using your powers for goods. This is why when you see a lot of heels turning face, it works. It works. Think of Roman. Roman was a babyface that was getting mixed reactions, turned him heel, and, you know, he started to, like, you know, acknowledge me and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, the crowd started loving him. The crowd started to fall in love with it. Now you've got, like, OTC chants and everything. It's crazy. If you was to compare the reaction Roman got when he won the Rumble in 2015 to the reaction he gets when he comes walking out in 2025, compare those two reactions. I'm amazed I've not seen that tweet, actually. I'm amazed I've not seen a tweet where those two Rumbles 10 years apart are side by side, two video clips where you can see what a difference 10 years makes. And it's not 10 years, really. It's not the time that matters. It's what you did with him in that time. And what they did with him in that time is they turned him heel. He was cool. The crowd loved him. And then you can turn him face and the crowd will stick with him. And we've seen it time and time again. Look at Hogan. People were tired of Hogan when he was a babyface. He went over to WCW and people were still pretty tired of him. I mean, there was a bit more life there because he'd just changed companies. But really, like, people were ready for a long time for Hogan to do something different. And so you turn him heel and he becomes heel. And then it breathes a whole new load of life into him. And then he goes back to WWE. And then, of course, you get that amazing WrestleMania 18 moment where you've got him and Rock. And the crowd just don't want to boo Hogan. They don't want to boo him because it's Hogan. He's a legend. He's cool. And they didn't want to boo him. And obviously we end up with that amazing Rock Hogan moment. So I think if you can be a great heel, chances are you should be able to flip it and become a good babyface or a great babyface. And one of the first examples that came to my mind would be Randy Orton, that I think works effort. I mean, people absolutely love Randy. They love Randy. He's a lot of people have got him as their, like, favorite wrestler, but he was such a great heel. I still think he's a better heel. You know, legend killer and all of that. I think he was amazing. But him being an amazing heel is probably why he works so well as a babyface. Because you know he's a badass. Same with Brock. People love Brock. How many people want Brock to come back? And that's because when he's a heel, he's a badass. He messes people up. He's a problem as a heel. He will mess up your favorite babyface and not even lose sleep over it. He can brutalize people. So imagine if he then uses that for goods. Imagine if he then turns that around and uses it for a positive. People love him. People love him then. And so this is why great heels can become great face. I'm trying to think of a great heel that struggled to be a great face. That's a trickier one. But normally, Randy would be the kind of first name that comes to mind. Obviously, the most iconic turn was Hogan's turn. But I think there's a lot, honestly. You could really go down a list of people that have managed to kind of tick both boxes, because I think if you can do one really well, chances are you should be able to do the other one really well as well. The crowd don't mind booing him now, says Kelly. Who? Roman. Lesnar. The SummerSlam match with Lesnar helped Roman, said Dexter. Brooklyn Brawler should go into Hall of Fame, said CVM Matt Puan. Daze, are you looking forward to Ricky Starks signing his contract, said AB Jobson? Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of NXT tonight. I think it's going to be fascinating. Obviously, we're all waiting to find out what his name's going to be, and we should get that tonight. James said he just tagged me in something. What have we been tagged in? Let's have a little look. What's this? Liv, what's Liv doing? Oh, it's just Liv in those shorts. What we got here? What did I just read? Oh, wow. That's fun. So, Kelsey here just announced Roman Reigns murdered Seth Rollins. I can't believe that. That does check out, doesn't it, actually? That does check out. Right. Hogan, says Kelly. What? Oh, the fans don't mind booing Hogan. Got you. Right. How about Wildest gimmick? Abe Knuckleball Schwartz. Yeah, that's pretty wild. There's been quite a few, and certainly from that time period. I mean, you can have like Friar Ferguson, the monk was, I mean, a wrestling monk is just Bastion Booger, who was the same guy. The whole fake Diesel, fake Razor, the fact that Vince felt that they're my gimmicks. It doesn't matter if I've lost the people. I'll just keep going with that. As Wrestle with Andy said the other day, scripts. I mean, that was pretty wild. I don't even know what that was. What was he meant to be? A pen? Is that actually what he was meant to be? Was his costume like somehow styled off a fountain pen or something? I genuinely, I don't know. I don't know. What about Oz as well? Kevin Nash, Oz. The Yeti. I mean, flipping. There was one in the 80s when I can't remember what the promotion was. I can't remember if it was World Class in the mid 80s where they actually were struggling. I think it was World Class Championship Wrestling, and they were struggling with like views and everything. So they ended up getting like a monster, like a Frankenstein, and they tried to make out it was real. And the thing you got to remember back then is that kayfabe was pretty good back then in the 80s. There was no internet back then. There was no phones back then. People sort of were like, it's hard. I always think it's hard to gauge how many people in the crowd knew in the 80s. I don't know. I don't know how many people knew what they was watching was scripted, predetermined. I genuinely don't know. I think you can see a lot of people that are really into it. You get a load of old women going back in the day. Back in like the 70s, you'd have your old women there and they'd be getting up and they'd be hitting the wrestlers with their handbags and everything. I don't think they'd be doing that if they didn't believe that what they was watching was predetermined, I think there was a lot of people that really they either believed it, or there was enough doubt there where they were still willing to go down, and it was like, I'm not sure. I've heard a few rumors, but I don't know. And so they would go down. But anyway, to try and do a gimmick where you've got like this is a real monster that's been built in the lab in the 1980s, to try and do that in the 80s is bonkers. I mean, you are scraping the barrel at that point, you know? But it's bonkers. Do you know one gimmick that I think was misunderstood, and I've mentioned this before? Gobbly Gooker. I think Gobbly Gooker was misunderstood because it was a rubbish reveal, but I heard that it was meant to be a little mascot for the company. I heard that you was meant to be able to go to house shows and Gobbly Gooker would be there walking rounds. And so the kids could pose with the Gobbly Gooker. You wouldn't have wrestlers walking round. You wouldn't have, like, you know, Macho Man walking around to take pictures with the kids. But as before you go to your seat, the Gobbly Gooker could be walking around and he'd be a bit of a mascot for the company. Like, oh, can I get my picture taken with the Gobbly Gooker? Or, oh my God, Gobbly Gooker, can I get your autograph? And I sort of get that. Like, that makes sense to me, that you would have something that the fans recognise walking around the shows in, like, the crowd area before people go in. It's just a little, oh my God, look, let's get a picture with the Gobbly Gooker. Let's get the Gobbly Gooker's, like, autograph and everything. I sort of feel like I get that. I understand that. I think the way they launched it was atrocious, by him coming out of the egg, people thinking it was going to be Ric Flair and all this kind of stuff, thinking it was a new superstar. And it just didn't work. I mean, like, I think a lot of damage had been done. I think a lot of people looked at it and sort of rolled their eyes. I think if they'd have launched it a different way, it could have worked. But I heard that was the original plan for the Gobbly Gooker, but, you know, whatever. So that's a gimmick that I think was a bit misunderstood, or certainly lost in translation. The Goon. Oh, yeah, the Goon. My dad loved Gorgeous George, said A. Jobson. What, the one from the 50s? Or the lady one? If it's the lady one, I can understand. If it's the one from the 50s, I can understand as well. I never heard about the Gobbly Gooker, but that's brilliant, said Uncle Rebel. Yeah, he came out the egg at Survivor Series 1990, and the other famous thing is that The Undertaker was worried that when Vince called him, he was going to be Eggman, because when Vince called Undertaker, Mark Calloway, he was like, please don't be Eggman, because they'd been teasing this egg was going to hatch at Survivor Series 1990, which is the same show Undertaker makes his debut. So before he picks the phone up when it's ringing and he hears it's Vince, Undertaker's told the story many times that in his head he was just like, please don't say Eggman. Please don't say I'm going to be Eggman. Please don't say I'm going to be Eggman. And Vince is like, is that The Undertaker? And Mark Calloway, who had never heard that name before, was like, The Undertaker. This must be what he wants to call me. Yeah, this is The Undertaker. Undertaker speaking. Isn't that crazy? That's a phone call that actually happened. Amazing. And that was just before Survivor Series 1990. And then, of course, that's where The Undertaker makes his debut. That is a funny story, said Cameron. Yeah, he's told it loads of times, hasn't he? But it's a great story. It's a great story. Where are we? We've got 22 minutes. Brian, hello, buds. Shout out to you. Said, evening days and everyone. I've been rewatching old Raws from the start of the Attitude Era. Do you remember the Truth Brigades? Yeah, do you know, I've been doing the same, actually. I have also been going back to Attitude Era and watching a few early Raws. I made a comment the other day that, like, I really took for granted the network, but I've signed back up again to it, and it's in Germany. So now I'm doing the exact same thing as you and just going back and having a bit of a refresh. Because to be perfectly honest with you, there's a lot of those older shows that I will have seen at the time. There's even shows that you've seen clips from, but actually going back and like rewatching in their entirety, hit and miss, to be honest. I have over the years since having the network done that, gone back to old shows, whatever, but Oh, I mean, kind of nice to kind of rediscover. So, yeah, if you, I suppose you can't really. You can if you've got Peacock, but if you're in the UK, I don't even know what's on Netflix from a archive point of view, but yeah, now the network's gone, I realise how much I miss it. So if you miss it, I would say get Peacock, get VPN, go to Germany and do the same. Thomas said, you just described my grandmother. She loved Bruno. She would buy a card that had a list of matches, roll it up and try to hit the wrestlers. She did that. Really? That's cool. That's really cool. There are, if you go back to the 60s, the 70s, you will see a lot of that. You will see a lot of like old women. I don't know why it was old women. I don't know why it was them particularly that was like going around doing that. I don't know why it was like those that were like drawn to it. I don't know why it was always old women, but they had their handbags and they always used to stick it to the wrestlers, you know? Yeah, it's weird to think of like how wrestling has evolved. And like now it's obviously kids wearing shirts of their favorite wrestlers. And we saw that change in like the 80s with Hulkamania and everything. But if you go back to the 70s, whatever, you see a lot of older people in the crowds. It's weird, isn't it? Hopefully, they say wrestling is cyclical, and hopefully we come back round to it again as well. Daze is glitching. Oh, what, have we dropped some frames, have we? Have we dropped some frames? Refresh the stream, said Alex. Oh, right, yeah, looks like there was a bit of a technical issue. That's we haven't dropped any frames or anything. It'll be a YouTube thing, that. Right, Lisa said, Daze, what's your favourite finisher from today? Oh, I'm not very good with finishers. I'm not of today. I mean, I like Pop Rocks. I mean, it is just basically like a code red, but it's good when she like jumps onto the back and you know that she's about to go over. Like, I think that's pretty good. KODs and stuff like that. Crossroads. I like the Cody Cutter. It's not his finisher though. But Springboard Cutter's pretty fun to see. Tsunami is good as well, just, you know, splashing off the top. The Annihilator is basically the bonsai drop. There's a few, but I don't know. I can't really think of anything that, like, blows me away. I suppose I just thought of one that does blow me away, and that is Sol Ruca's Soul Snatcher. It's probably that, isn't it? That's the one that probably stands out the most. Sol Ruca's Soul Snatcher is incredible. So yeah, I'd probably go with that. But yeah, main roster, right. There's a lot of moves that are just from the past. I mean, Damien uses the Razor's Edge. Nia Jax uses the Bonsai Drop. The Tsunami is just a splash off the top, which, you know, we've seen before. There's quite a few actually that are, you know, Owens tends to use the Stunner. So there's a lot that have just come from the past, really. But yeah, Soul Snatcher, it'd have to be that. Daze, WWE should bring back the European title, says Matthew. I like Pentas, said Jamie. Yeah, Pentas is very good. Very good. My doctor cancelled my appointment. She's sick, so I see her Monday, said Suzanne. Daze, I'm still annoyed that Regal's not in the Hall of Fame. Oh, he'll go in. He'll surely go in. Bonsai Drop sucks, and so does Nia Jax, says Charles. Orton's punt kick, said Wu-Tang. What, more than the RKO? Even more than the RKO. Mayor Pete said, in Japan and Mexico, you don't see many kids in the crowd. It is a lot more women. That is true, actually. When I think about the New Japan shows, I don't see that many kids. Mexico, I never watch. Couldn't tell you. But yeah, that is true. You do see a lot more women in Japan. My father told me a story where he and Bam Bam got into it at a house show in the early 90s. Really? Man, do you see that dude that was kind of standing up to Gunther? That was bonkers. That dude had some serious size. So that was pretty crazy, seeing, like, you know, Gunther came down and he, like, told this dude to shut up. This dude was, like, having to go back and everything. And he was bigger than Gunther. Dude was massive. He should be a wrestler. A. Jobster said, NXT talent Santino Marella wants is Makita Lyon, Jaida Parkour, Eddie Torpedo, Channing Stacks Lorenzo, and Tricky William. Duran, shout out to you. Lisa said, Daze, would you take your beanie off so that you could, so let us see you letting your hair down, said Lisa. No, that's where I get all my charisma from. If I take my hat off, I lose all my riz. So we just can't, you know what I mean? We can't run that risk, Lisa. I've met Dr. Tom Pritchard. That's amazing. Shane Douglas, Southern Boys, Eddie Gilbert, Danny Davis. Kelly, shout out to you. Dr. Tom Pritchard, obviously a massive trainer in like wrestling and is regarded as one of the best. At what point do we introduce a Latin American title, says Hannah. I'm not sure we need any more titles on the main roster. I don't think there's. We've already got mid-card titles, to be honest. So maybe if we're gonna do like an NXT in Mexico, then maybe we could look to introduce some of them. Do you think Martha will ever let Owen go into the Hall of Fame, says Matthew? I don't think so. And actually, having seen. Was it Dark Side of the Ring? I think it might have been Dark Side of the Ring on Owen. I sort of understood why. Because I think Owen would like to go in. I would imagine he would have liked to have gone in. I know his family, like Brett and everyone, would like for him to. One that's struggling with it, right? But when you actually hear the details of the fact that the carabiner that he had was a quick release carabiner, and she really does blame WWE for his death, you know, then you can sort of understand a bit more of like, okay, yeah, why would she want WWE to celebrate and honor someone that she blames them for his passing? And you did sort of feel like it was natural for her to blame WWE for Owen's passing. Like, he passed away doing something risky during one of their shows. And you can sort of understand why, like, she would blame them and that it's not just an accident and all that sort of stuff. But when you hear the details of it and you hear us talking on Dark Side, I think it gave me a slightly different perspective. I mean, I've always been like, no, he should go in because that's what he would want. He should go in because, like, he's a wrestler. This is such a big honor. I've heard that Brett wants him to go in and all of that stuff, and the family really do want him to go in, so he should go in. And it's not that I don't feel that anymore. I think it's more I understand where she's coming from better now. I never realized some of the finer details, and I never heard her side of it, and it makes total sense, doesn't it? She blames them for his death. So, taking that information, why would she ever want to see the company that she blames celebrating him and putting him in? And I could understand that feeling quite gross, you know? It would be like if someone murdered you and the killer then threw a party in your honor. Like, I get it now. I understand. So do I think that she'll ever let her go in? I don't think so. James said she's happy using his name to make money in AEW. It's a different company though, isn't it? It's a different company, and I think she does want him to be remembered and does want him to be celebrated. But the thing with AEW is obviously they've got no connection to his tragedy and the passing and everything. So I think like she hates WWE. I can get it. I get it. And AEW, there's no reason for her to hate them. So, you know, make some money for the charity, have him get some new figures out, have a championship tournament named after him, and I can sort of see why she did it. The only thing that's strange, obviously, is he never competed for them, and we have no idea if he would want to be associated with them. I think that's where wrestling fans struggle, or some wrestling fans struggle, is that how can you say that he would even want this? How do you know that he would even want to put his name and be associated with that company, a company that did not exist? You know, who knows? I don't know. But she's not willing to work with WWE. And again, I get it. And with AEW, I think it's a way that she can get his name out there, get new figures out there, get stuff out there. And I get that as well. But then equally, I do understand the criticism. It's a weird one, this one. It's a weird one where I don't have a strong take on it, because I can't have a strong take on it. I can't say that she's wrong, because who am I to say? I don't know. It's one for the family, isn't it? It's a difficult one, this. I always try to be honest and give honest opinions, and this is my honest opinion. This is a difficult one in the sense of, is what she's doing wrong? Working with AEW, you can say yes, because we don't know that he would want to do that. But then equally, I understand her wanting to get his name out there and to maybe educate the younger fans that, have maybe heard the name but don't know about him. Here's some figures. Here's some footage. Here's a tournament in his honor, and all the wrestlers are talking about how prestigious it is and what a guy he was. So it gets his name out there, and all of that is great. But it is in a company that he's not connected with. But then, is that a problem? Would he have been cool with it? I don't know. I don't know. I just think the whole thing's just a tragedy, isn't it? It's just a complete tragedy. And I think everyone's just trying to make the best out of it that they can, really. There's not really much WWE can do apart from just go, look, we'd put him in whenever you would allow us to. And we're a different company now. I don't even think that's going to work, though, to be honest. I don't even think that's washing with her. I think she's just done. She's not interested. Lisa said, my pet peeve is when a finisher that's used to finish opponents, but now when the move is done, the opponent kicks out. An example would be the Bailey to belly. Yeah, I mean, it is just diminishing returns, isn't it? The more that you do kickouts, the less impact the move has, the more it's unlikely to actually put someone away. It is just diminishing returns all the time. So I do understand that frustration. We had a bit of a conversation about that the other day. I think it was yesterday, actually, before yesterday's Raw stream. What's this? Ex-WWE champion needs heart surgery. Former WWE star Samu Anoa'i, his health is failing him. Layla has started to GoFundMe for Samu. Surely the Anoa'i family's got money. Surely the Anoa'i family's got money. Roman Reigns and The Rock and all of them. But to cover medical funds, she's had to start a GoFundMe. Is he on the out with the family or something? Like, how's The Rock not just like, here you go? I don't understand that. Don't know. Well, there we go. Samu is in a bad health situation. That's weird, isn't it? Anyone else find that weird? If there's one family that you would not think would need help with medical bills, it would be the family that's got Jacob, Solo, the Usos, Roman, Rock, all on, I've got to think, good money. Certainly Roman and The Rock. Blimey now, he's got so much money, I don't even know if he knows what to do with it. Daze, SmackDown did 1.3 last week with no competition on Friday during WrestleMania. If that doesn't show a decline in interest for the quality of recent shows, then I don't know what does, says Big Time Baxter. Well, you know me, I I think that 1 week snapshots and whatever. I mean, I'd want to see a pattern. I'd want to see like a sequence of weeks. The other thing we know that's true is that viewership on cable TV is in decline and has been for a long time. So, you know, if they were doing 1.6, 1.5, whatever for Raw last year, then this year, are we supposed to look at 1.4, 1.5? I mean, there will be a decline there. Whether it's as drastic a decline as what's being shown, with no numbers in front of me, I've got no idea. So, one-off shows and stuff like that, okay, interesting. But I look much bigger than that. I'm interested in month on month. I'm interested in like much bigger numbers, much bigger sample sizes. Just think of the amount of shows that we watch. I mean, there's 52 weeks in a year. They do NXT, they do SmackDown, they do Raw. That means there's going to be 156 shows in a year across those three because they're on every week. So that means there's 156 times in a year that you will get ratings for a show. So unless we're seeing like patterns of decline, one-off shows are interesting. I'm not saying it's not interesting, but not something that's like, oh my God, panic stations, let's ring the alarms, you know. You ring the alarms if you're in AEW's boat because there's clearly a pattern of decline there. But yeah, for SmackDown, I would want to be seeing a pattern there rather than just like one-off numbers. But look, there's every chance there has been a decline there. And the other thing you've got to weigh up as well is that they're on USA Network. There is going to be a decline on network TV. It is on a Friday. Wrestling historically on that channel was on a Monday. And I do think the shows have been quite flat as well. I don't think they've been all that exciting. But WWE are going to be aware of those numbers, aren't they? WWE are going to see those numbers first. And, you know, if there's panic stations, then they'll obviously know what to do with it and how to fix it, bring some legends in. They might be looking at it going, okay, this week's going to be rough. Next week might be rough, but the week after that, we've actually got Roman and we've got Cena lined up. Week after that, we've got such and such and such and such. So they might be pretty cool on it. They might be like, it's all right. It's under control. It's all right. We've got plans for a couple of weeks' time. We're just going to go through a bit of a bumpy patch at the moment. But once we're past Elimination Chamber, then we've got this and this and this, which is why I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Zoom Station says, anyone watch WWE Babies in training? Triple H thinks we like to watch how the meal is made, said Zoom Station. There are people that like to watch that, but there was quite a good response to it. Quite a lot of people talking online about LFG. It won't be to everyone's taste, but people are always looking for that kind of behind the scenes stuff. Gabe Sapolsky said, if you're an indie wrestler, you should be watching this show. You're getting free training here. And yeah, I'd like to check it out. I think there's definitely some stuff that you can learn from it. I mean, I just hope that it's real. I just hope that it's real, and I just hope that the advice they're giving out is genuine advice. Like, I hope it's not too scripted. I hope that there's not, like, stuff being said that's been, like, and little things that happen, you know, like reality TV. We've said before, you know, there's plenty about reality TV that ain't reality. So I hope that this is genuine, like, why did you do that? I saw a clip, actually, where this... I don't know if it was Shiloh that was going against the ropes really quickly, and he just sort of botched a little moment, right? He was going really quick against the ropes, and there was just a little botch in there. Nothing drastic. No one got injured. But Bubba Ray pulled him to one side, and Bubba Ray was like, listen... Why are you going 1,000 miles an hour if you cannot control every action at that speed? He was like, I would much rather you go at 900 miles an hour, right? And you dial it down, but you hit everything perfectly every time. I don't need you showing me the stuff that you can't do. I want you to show me the stuff that you can do. And I think it was Shiloh, whoever it was he was talking to, it was like, yeah, got you. Took it really well. Took the feedback like, thank you, yeah. And I was like, that's good. That's interesting. seeing, like, you know, what they kind of go through and the kind of drills they have to do. I do want to watch it. I do want to check it out. I think it could be quite informative. TJF, Cody needs to drop the belt, said Brony. He ain't cutting it. Shawn said fans shouldn't worry about ratings. I think the only thing with ratings is, I mean, obviously it's worth knowing, because if the ratings fall and stay low, that's obviously going to be a problem when it comes to, like, new TV deals. But considering WWE have just negotiated their TV deals, ratings are obviously always important. But, you know, the thing, they're not looking to sell these brands at the moment. They're just, you know, getting stuck into stories and getting stuck into... You want to keep the ratings as high as you can, of course. I'm certainly not saying they're going to be all right with them falling, but they've just managed to sell all of the shows. So it's like, how much panic is there out there? Probably not that much. Carla said, the most handsome and hardest working man for the people. Love you and love the channel. I so thought you was going to say, like, Roman or something there. Carla, thank you, my friends. I appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the kind words. I mean, I think that was aimed at me. I'm still not totally sure, but either way, I appreciate it. Right, here we go. Let's go. Let's see what's being said on NXT. Certainly when we're going to talk about shows that are doing well at the moment, certainly on a ratings point of view, this is a show that we're looking at. Coming off a very well-received Vengeance Day. NXT. And actually, we're looking back at Vengeance Day. Let's go. Howdy days, my Tuesday. Commentary for NXT with Thai food, said Craig. Oh, Craig, shout out to you. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that smoking school thing that Josh Briggs said. That was a bit crazy. With ASAP Rocky not guilty, somewhere in LA will be looting, partying, and complete defiance of authority. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I've not been following an ASAP Rocky situation. I'm actually just going to have a look on BBC and see what's being spoken about. There's nothing on ASAP Rocky. It's all to do with Ukraine and stuff like that. Boring. I'm joking, of course. Okay, they're just showing a replay of what went down at Vengeance Day. So, we've seen that. What are we going to start with, though? That's the question. Toby said 100% NXT is my fave right now. It's time for a bit of wrestling. I 100% NXT is my favorite right now. On a positive, NXT ratings are rising, says Toby. Yeah, I think it's worth, like, just knowing what's happening with the ratings. I'm not down on that, but it's just like it's just not panic stations. Oh, here they are. Here's that new group. Seeing them beating up on Obafemi. They came, they saw, they conquered. And then main event time with Julia, Bailey, Roxanne, Cora. What's Thea Hale doing? Thea Hale's on a chaotic coffee adventure. What's Thea Hale doing? What's this? What's his face? I mean, I want to click on it because I want to know what this face is all about. What's this face?
I wasn't smart. I'm gonna throw up. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Chaotic Coffee Adventures number 2. We are going to Lineage Coffee today on East Colonial. They have like 3 locations. I almost went to the wrong one. But yeah. Woo! Oh, there it is. You see that? You see that? There it is. There it is. Okay. Ooh. It's raining. We have to put the top back on.
So it looks like she just goes to... I've never seen these. She just goes to different coffee places. She a coffee stan, is she? Oh my God, she's going to love that Cappuccino Jones guy, isn't she? As soon as he comes in from WWE ID, she's going to love that boomer. Right, here's Oba. Oba Femi making his way down to the ring. Let's go. He's so cool. Obafemi doing the little walk. Man, how many people do that at home? Just walk around their house acting like Obafemi when no one's watching. I've honestly not done that yet, but it will undoubtedly happen at some point. At some point in my life, 1000% I am going to be doing that. And then probably I'll find a mirror and I'll go like that. And that will be the best day of my life. Mackenzie said coffee or just make Thea even more hyper. Maybe, but perhaps that's why she is so hyper. Just think about that. Okay, he's talking about the people that jumped him. Jared said, I can't help but feel that Holland Stacks will be a squash. Could be. Could be. Oh, yeah. He's calling him out. He's calling him out. Obafemi is calling him out. Oh, wait, he says. Lights have gone out. So, okay, we're going to hear the music. And I wonder if we're going to find out the name. It's epic in its sound. I like the intro. Nice. We've got someone in the entranceway. Moose. Okay, so I was really excited for the group, but I'm not down on this. Because Moose is someone that I've seen a few times over in TNA. And a confrontation between him and Obafemi, I think, will be really interesting. The only downside is I really did want the group, but, you know. Okay, Moose getting into the ring then. Oh my God, man! Booker's loving it. Oh, it seems like you lot are loving it. He's still got the tag on his shoe. Is that meant to be there? I've never done that. Well, the crowd are excited. He was at Genesis, wasn't he? Didn't he take on, was it Ace Austin? I'm the one man you can't rule over. That place where you're the man, that's your bubble. This has to happen. Okay. I'm not down on it. Okay, Oba said it'll happen. What if the system helps Oba deal with the new faction, said Nathan. K-Dub likes it, marking out. This is awesome, said K-Dub. Only cool kids keep their tags on their Jordan, said the Beach Kevin. Well, that is me, isn't it? I'm clearly not a cool kid. Okay, we just saw Jordynne Grace. Okay, here he is. Ricky Starks. Showtime. Still no word on the name. Now we're bringing out Jaida Parker. Zoom Station said title for title. Okay, Jaida Parker making her way down to the ring. Do we know who she's facing tonight? Is she in a triple threat? Yeah, triple threat. Triple threat coming up. James said, I've been waiting for this moment since the partnership started. I am so effing happy right now. K-Dub said Moose is going to return those shoes back before the return policy date. Clever. Duran said, I was expecting Grace to get jumped in the parking lot. Arbora said the audio keeps cutting out. That's a YouTube glitch, unfortunately. Why another TNA man, says Akemi. Build the young NXT people. So much muting. Is there really? Just have to refresh it, but honestly, it's not something I can control. I've got no drop frames, no audio issues, microphone's working. There is nothing I can do. I meant the NXT audio. Oh, right. We've been getting that problem on YouTube as well. So I thought you meant it was happening here. 750 viewers on an NXT stream. You know that's why NXT is so hot right now, said Brony. It's so stupid. People that leave those stickers on the hats as well. Like on the rim bit as well, top or bottom bit. Yeah. I don't really get it, but I've never been a trainer sneaker guy, to be honest. I've never really been a massive shoe guy. I couldn't tell you what a flipping Air Force looked like. I don't know. I heard that this group were wearing them, and I was like, oh, cool. Mine was muted, said K-Dub. They're cussing. I think Moose was the group for some reason. Well, I wasn't sure, to be honest, because when I first saw him, I was like, I don't remember someone like that in the group. Like, I was trying to think of someone that size, and why would you just bring someone out? And the way the crowd reacted, I was like, right, they're way too excited for this to be someone from the group. So immediately, I was like, TNA then. And I was thinking, is it Moose? But I haven't seen Moose enough to be able to recognize him. I haven't watched TNA enough to be able to go, oh, that's Moose. But the way the crowd were reacting, it was like, okay, yeah, this clearly ain't the group. The only grumble I've got with that segment, the only grumble, is you teased something I was really interested in, and then you gave me something else. So I was kind of like really ready to find out about this group, and then you gave me like Moose, which didn't really, mean loads to me. But I know that Moose is a big star, and I know that people have wanted him, so I don't have any complaints. I'm not down on it. But equally, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm super excited when I'm not. Right? So, like, I'm down for seeing it. Big, strong guy out of TNA taking on Obafemi, two monsters. Can't be down on that. Mackenzie said Santino would call Obas Femier. He would pronounce it incorrect. That is true. Jared said, I wonder if Roseanne is here tonight. Oh, let's go. We do need Roseanne. She's on her way to the chamber, isn't she? Roseanne. She might be busy packing. Okay, we were at commercial break, but we are now going back to the show. I'm sure we will get that group at some point tonight. Okay, we're seeing Ava and Eddie Thorpe. You've had opportunity after opportunity. Cale Dixon, Uriah Connors. So they're inviting Ava to one of their parties. Shouldn't you boys be in class? How dare you? How dare... Andre Chase would beat you any day of the week. We're going to challenge you to a match. I don't mind them two, you know. I don't mind them two. I think they could bring, with their kind of reactions, that sort of like, how dare you? There could be some humour with them. We haven't seen much of them. They've just been in the background, really, for a lot of the time. But, yeah, they've challenged Eddie Thorpe to a... That's not going to be a handicap, is it? It'll be one of them, surely. Right, Ashanti making his way down to the ring with Karmen Petrovic. So, Ashanti with Karmen. I think the other one is Kelani Jordynne, if I remember from the preview. Right. Triple threats coming up, as we said. Eddie is like a Timu Tatanka, says Lisa. NXT has its new Pretty Deadly I'm Down, said Nita Nitro. No fully grown men want to be wrestlers anymore, says Frankie. Oh, we got Oba, didn't we? Oba Femi. Okay, so Kelani has made her way down. We're going to be getting this triple threat to start things off. Okay, we are underway then. Shots coming in by Kelani. Kick coming in there by Karmen. Jaida struggling a little here. Roll up by Karmen. Jaida kicks out. Flip over. Good work there by Karmen. Kick out by Kelani. Shot coming in there by Jaida. And again. Right now, Jaida has got Kelani against the rope. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Kelani. Jaida over the other side. Ooh, leapfrog. Beautiful drop kick. Beautiful drop kick. Right now we've got Karmen trying to grab the leg of Kelani. Ooh, Karmen into the ropes. Was a bit moody. Kelani, springboard, moonsault to the outsides. Yeah, so her hair is all very Tina Turner this evening. They call it Nutbush City Living. Doo, 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 doo. Back in the ring goes Jaida. Oof. Karmen goes into the barricades. Kelani getting into the ring. Jaida comes over. So Karmen on the outsides. Shots coming in there by Jaida. It's Jaida and Kelani. Do we think that Cora ever wins the title? She seemed ready before the injury, but there's so much more competition now. Well, to be honest, I mean, if we're about to lose Roxanne, Cora is someone that's been there for quite a while. She's got to be around that kind of conversation. So, yeah, I would be surprised if she never got her hands on it, even if it was by getting it, you know, under dubious circumstances, you know. I wouldn't be shocked if Cora, like, has a girl to, like, work with her. It'd be quite good, actually, to put, like, a young female talent with Cora. Someone that can, like, help Cora out. A little bit of cheating on the outside. It would help that young talent as well. Looks like we're going to go commercial break then. As, do we stay with the action? Yeah, it looks like we are. So we're staying with the action as we go back to commercial break. Karmen is trying to get back into the ring. But at the moment, it is Jaida and Kelani. Over the other side goes Kelani. Underneath, lovely, grabbing the leg. Jaida, smashing Kalani's leg into that ring post. Messing her up, mate. Messing her up. Will the new group attack Ricky during his sign-in, says Lisa. Don't know. Don't know when they'll make their presence felt. I think they are saving it, so there is a chance, yes. There seems to be a little bit of backlash to the Moose thing. Is Moose got a bit of heat on him or something? I mean, look, on my list, look, I've got this person saying F Moose, which they don't seem thrilled. There are people like Natalia that is thrilled. Yeah, here, look, Julian, that Moose shiz really took away the hype I had for this episode. Let's keep it moving. Julian, not thrilled about Moose. Have I missed something? They're saying let's effing go, so they're pleased. But I did see another one just there, Moose question mark, and then like a pained face. So I feel like there's something I'm missing out on here. A mixed reaction, shall we say, from what I'm seeing. Moose trains in a gym that Chasen Rants runs. Maybe that's it. People don't like Moose because of his friends. Okay. Moose is in a heel faction, says Hakeem. Kader said it's just the IWC complaining like normal. They were expecting the new crew and not him. I don't think it's that. I don't get the feeling it's that. I don't get the feeling it's that. That Moose shiz really took away from the hype of this episode, but let's keep it moving. Okay. Right now we've got Karmen in there. She's grabbing the head of Karmen. Karmen had a pretty sick move there on Jaida. Right now we've got Kelani all over Karmen. Jaida comes over, grabbing Kelani, looking to pick her up. Yeah, nice, working on the knee. Kelani goes down. Jaida starting to get some moments now. She's been on the receiving end a fair bit in this match. She slammed Karmen onto Kelani. Didn't look brilliant. Kelani hobbling in the corner. Jaida collides into her. Commercial break again. How many commercial breaks are we doing here? Shot coming in. Or have we just come back from one, maybe? The one commercial showed a dog digging up someone's garden, and it talked about a disorder. Wild. Let me tell you something. Booker is wild on commentary. Karmen against the ropes. Ooh. Head scissors takes Jaida down, drives her head first. Shot coming in, and we've got Kelani up. Whoa, love that. That was great. What a leg drop from Kelani as Karmen was kind of perched on the ropes. Look, that was great. She kind of did like a handstand in the corner, spun around and dropped the leg onto Karmen. Nice, planted. One. Jaida, no, kick out. Kelani continuing to show out just how she keeps adding to her moveset. Kelani going against the ropes. Crossbody gets caught there by Jaida. Jaida looking a little bit smug, like, got ya, boomer. Oh my God, what a chop to the midsection. Oh my God. Samoan drop there by Jaida. I don't know where Kelani's gone. I think she's gone up top as Jaida goes for the pin. Kelani makes the save. Oof, mate, that chop. She's still feeling the effects of that thing. I want to see a handprint on the stomach of Kelani. NXT. NXT. Had a lovely sound to it. Forearm shot coming in there by Kelani. Mackenzie said Moosa's got some domestic abuse charge and likes Tessa. There it is. There it is. I thought that there was something going on here that was a bit more than just they wanted the group. Got you. Mackenzie, thank you. Slap coming in. Oh my God, could you imagine if they sent Tessa over? Over in the corner goes Kelani. Karmen charging in. Karmen going over the other side as well. Bang! Karmen has got Kelani perched. Over the other side. She goes over. Jaida, boom, goes down. Karmen charging over. Goes over. She's going to look to get Kelani down. How did she get her to land on Jaida? How did Jaida end up over there? Kick out there by Kelani. I sort of feel like this match has gone on a little too long. Like, there's been some really good moments in it, but I don't know that it needed all this time. Hip attack there by Jaida. Kelani goes to the outsides. Through the... Oh, Jaida drives Karmen against the side of the ring. Karmen is in control, says Matthew. Not many people are excited to see Moose from what I'm seeing, said Brony. I've got a mixed bag on mine, to be honest. Some were excited, some were not excited. Oh, I love the little... Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Right, we've got Jaida climbing up. Shots coming in there by Kelani. Looking for a suplex in the corner. Boom, gets it. Oh, I think Jaida felt that as well. I think Jaida felt that. Jaida hurling Kelani into the corner. Jaida coming over, jumps up, bang. Yeah, and she goes back to them. We got a double. We got a double. Oh no, Karmen stole it. Oh my God, Jaida was doing that walk. But it was Karmen that stole it. Jaida unloading on Karmen. Kelani jumping on top of Jaida. Oh my God. This thing's just a brawl now. Kelani. Oh, they're driving back. Looks like they're fighting to the back. But Ashanti picks up Karmen. That's a big win for her. Next Tuesday, Women's North American title. Karmen, Jaida, Kelani. There is Jordynne Grace. The fans in the audience loved him. They did. They did. It was a hell of a pop. Oh, now she's getting attacked. Oh my God, Karmen's being attacked by fatal influence. Fatal influence, and there's nothing Ashanti can do. Ashanti's pointing to the back like, someone, anyone, please. We need Ash by Elegance. Let's go. Look, Ashanti's like, let's go. I mean, you could, like, move them away. You could probably get away with doing that. It would be okay if he was like, please stop. Can't he, like, throw himself on top of her or something? Jump on her, Ashanti, jump on her. Don't just watch her get murked. Ashanti, do something. Get in the way. Jump on her, Ashanti. Ashanti, do something. Is Ashanti in on this? What's going on? He doesn't even seem that bothered. Ashanti, jump on her. You can do something, Ashanti. You can do something. Oh, my God. Ashanti. Ashanti. You're like the worst boyfriend ever. Oh, my God. Now he's been nailed with a chair. Well, he deserved it, to be honest. He deserved it. If I'm Karmen, I'm like, good, do it again. Do it again. He's the most useless boyfriend ever. You deserve it. You deserve it. Kick coming in there by... is anyone coming down? Flipping hell. Where's Ava? Where's Stevie? Where's anyone? Where's that group? Oh, she's just getting murked, mate. She's getting absolutely murked. Is this the rest of the show? Are we just going to watch for the next 2 hours Karmen Petrovic getting absolutely decimated? Are you watching? Yeah, well, we can't do anything else. There's nothing else to watch. We're watching. Apparently no one backstage is. We want tables! We want tables! The crowds are like, we want tables! The flip. I thought we liked Karmen. Do we not like Karmen? Stephanie's coming out. Jesus. I have no idea what Ashanti can do to make it up to Karmen after that. Not a clue. Not a flipping clue. I mean, it's just end of the relationship in my mind. That's it. There's Julia's coming out because Stephanie was surrounded. Here's the beautiful madness. Ba, 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 ba. So the beautiful madness gets into the ring. Yeah, we do need one more. Get Jordynne Grace out there. We want Jordan. We want Jordan. Yeah, they've got it. We need Jordynne. Look, she's outnumbered. They're outnumbered. Maybe they'll get Ash by Elegance. Bring Moose out again. Yeah! Jordynne Grace! Boom! Oh my god, you got murked, you got murked, you got murked. Get back up so I can murk you all again. Oh, mate, we have got some serious side boob. Serious side boob. Have you seen this side boob? Jesus! I have never seen side boob on this level. Side boob, side boob, side boob, side boob. I don't want to waste a second. Guys, this side boob is insane. Let's fight. So it's going to be a triple threat tonight. Brilliant. NXT is the best. It's the best. Side boob, side boob, side boob. NXT is so awesome, said K-Dub. I agree. And so are boobs. She is the mouthpiece for the champion. I might need to watch that again just for the side boob, said Jim. I'm watching it again. Right, here's Ruca and the Riz. It's time for me to take care of business myself, says Stacks. Let's go. So Stacks is going to deal with this situation. Get the green out? What does that mean? Tag team action coming up now. Lash and Jakara, let's go. Lash and Jakara. I'm down for this. Okay, let's get the scores. That first match, you lot said was good. 96. Lash and Jakara. They're getting action against Zaria and Ruca, I believe. Side boob is the sneaky tease that will bring men to our knees. For the love of all things holy, set them free. I love the metaphor, girls, says Jim. Yeah, they're good. Right, here we go. Here we go. It's time for the scary woman that does skateboarding and surfing and eats ice cream. Zaria. Ruca versus the Meta Girlies. Here we go then. Daze, are we going to see or hear from that group? I hope so, buds. Frat House? I hope so. They basically did this angle before in an ECW show, said A. Jobson. Where is Noam Dar? Meta Girls versus what should we call ourselves? Have they got a name yet? They're probably just Ruca and Zaria, aren't they? Vic Joseph says, you and me are friends, aren't we, Book? And he was like, no, we're co-workers at best. At best. I mean, they are definitely co-workers. I mean... Oh. Soul back up on her feet. Rolling through. Lash. Lovely. Ooh, missed with the drop kick. Elbow. I think Soul was meant to move, but Lash just got a little bit of that elbow in. Jakara gets in. Nice. Takedown. Jakara rolls. Elbow to the back again. Jakara against the ropes. Nice drop kick. Going over for the cover to... No joy. Zaria's head is big AF. Oh my God. Her and JD McDonough would be such a great couple. Boom. Lovely suplex. Kip up there by Sol Ruca. And... Oh, lovely. That was great. That was great. She did this backflip into a pin. Backflipped into like double knees. Oh, God. Very good. Great innovation. Has she changed her hair as well? Sol Ruca looks a little different. I think she's changed her hair. Guys, I'm so good at noticing these things. A lot of women say that men just don't notice these things, but I'm on it. I mean, it might turn out she changed it like a month ago, but I'm noticing it now. Shots coming in. Big boot there by Zaria. Sol Ruca back against the ropes on the shoulders. Oh, I don't know what we're going to do here. Yeah, what you going to do? Oh, I bet Jakara's like, why did you encourage her? Lash had Sol and she chucked her back and she was like, go on then, what are you going to do with Jakara? And Zaria just chucked her back as well. If I'm Jakara, I'm like, dude, couldn't you have helped me in some way? So Ruca goes to the outside, takes Lash with her. Jakara up top, missile drop kick. Connects. I wish I lived in Florida. I would just so love to go to NXT. Imagine if there was an NXT house show tomorrow and I was going. I'd be so happy. Through the ropes, crossbody. Men notice things. Things like when Daze shaved a week or so ago. That is true. Everything's better with meta. Is WWE going to do Charlotte versus Jacqueline at Mania? She wants one last match. It's Charlotte Tiffany, isn't it? Alessandro said, I'm drinking banana milkshake. Alessandro, thank you. Mr. B said, Daze, congrats. You're learning new things even at the age of 21. I'm so proud of you. Never stop learning, guys. Never stop growing. Yeah, it's very important. Never settle. Keep moving forwards. Right now we've got Zaria going into the corner. Boom. Jakara goes in as well. Lash collides into Zaria. Zaria down. Zaria and Sol are getting better together, said Havoc. Crowd are leaving, said Frankie. Well, I think they're going to the toilet and stuff, yeah. Most of them are still there, but you can see people getting up, going to the toilet. I'd like to go there, actually, just once. See what it's like. Mackenzie said JD is Lord Farquaad from Shrek. I've seen that meme, and it is uncanny. Kojiko said Randy Orton would never. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, but it's all right. It's a Kojiko message. No one ever knows what he's on about, so it's fine. I thought the lights had gone out there, but unfortunately they just lost connection for a second. Natalia said, I love seeing so many women wrestling on NXT every week. It is amazing. So many talented women getting a chance to shine. If I needed more reasons to love NXT. It is true, there are lots of great women in NXT, and so far, 40 odd minutes in, it's been all women apart from Oba and Moose. Women everywhere. It's been raining women. Shot coming into the midsection there by Jakara. Driving Sol Ruca back. Tag being made. In comes Lash. Kick to the midsection. She's got Sol Ruca. Not crazy about that spot, to be honest, where she grabs the opponent and smashes them into the ropes. Throws Soul Ruca. Did you see the Naomi figure? It looks like one of the best in ages. I don't think I've seen a new Naomi one, though. You know what I'm going to say. I'm waiting for WWE Superstars figures, new ones. Shoulder tackle there by Lash. Zaria needs to be a monster heel and turn on Soul Boomer. Yeah, maybe that's the plan. Get them, all close and friends so that when the turn happens, it's a bit more impactful. Have you seen that dude in the front row that's wearing, like, a crown and, like, a robe and everything? He's, like, proper dressed as a king. I've seen him before. That is pretty bold, isn't it? That's a good idea. People love green shirt guys, so why not sit in the front row dressed as a king? Crowd applauding away. Vic said, Daze, Seth freaking Rollins in the chat wants to know how the dog's doing. She's all right, thanks. She's all right. We've had to change her food. It turns out that she had, like, an enlarged spleen. And so we've changed her foods. And she doesn't really like it. She won't really eat it. She'll see if she can get anything from anyone else first. And then if not, she'll go back and finish, the food. So she's all right. I mean, look, she's getting the right treatment and, we're doing what's right for her. But I feel a bit sorry for her. She, like all dogs, they love food, don't they? She just eats. But it's not good for them to just keep eating. So we have to really be careful with what we give her. But yeah, she's all right, thanks. Clothesline there by Zaria. And again, big boot there by Zaria. Charging over again. I tell you what she has got. I don't know what they did, an injection or something. They had to shave her belly. So she's got this massive patch of fur that's missing. So when you can actually feel her, skin. It's normally under, a lot of hair. It's very weird to touch. Zaria just clearing house at the moment. Right now, she has got Jakara. Boom. It's a bit like when you get your head shaved, It feels a bit like that when your head's shaved. But only on her belly. What's the dog's name? A dog's called Kia. She's about 12, I think, so she's getting on in age. She's been in a few videos, and she's been on the odd stream as well. When we were streaming upstairs, she came over, and, I had her head here on, an old... I can't remember the stream. But she has been on the channel a couple of times. Soul Ruca going for the cover. 2. Big boot there by Lash. Kicking into Zaria, who breaks up the pin on Soul. It's another pretty long match, this one, isn't it? Did you know if you add roughage to Kia's dog food, she will feel better and you can extend her years, says William. Oh, I don't know. I mean, the vet has told us the food that she has to have. And so we've had to get this special food in. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to mess with it, to be honest. I've not been a part of that kind of conversation. It's my brother that's been taking her to the vets, and they're the ones that are like, this is what she needs. She can't have chicken as much anymore, because apparently there's enzymes in chicken which are not brilliant for her. Which is bonkers. I mean, flipping... Back in the old days, dogs used to eat anything. Bones, flipping, roadkill, flipping, it's a dog. This dog's like, oh, she can't have this, she can't have that. And nothing special or anything. If you read, it's just so much stuff is not ideal for dogs. Obviously chocolate, we know about chocolate and whatever. That is toxic. Shoulder up there by Zaria, going back to the corner. Daze, how about your WWE cake video, said Chet. Do you know what? That video, I've said it before. When I did that video, I really hurt myself. I don't know if I dislocated my jaw, but my jaw was killing me for like 2 days after. It was so sore. I think I really overstrained, because if you look at the thumbnail, I'm really like trying to get as much cake in my mouth as possible. I'm really stretching my mouth as wide as it will go, and honestly, after the video, it was killing me. I had to put like a flannel over it and everything. It's like my whole jaw was like, oh, I've done something there. I was like, that was stupid. That's normally what I think after I was doing some of those early videos. That was stupid. Definitely was thinking that after I'd put the figure in the microwave. Or when I was jumping off the bookshelf. That was stupid. Lash goes back to the corner. Jakara comes in. This is like a flipping endurance match, isn't it? Is this an Iron Man match? What the hell's going on? Spear there by Zaria. Grabbing Jakara, looking to put her away. Boom! Soul Ruca is tagged. Coming in. Soul Snatcher! Yes! That'll be it, baby. 2, 3. It's a win for Soul Ruca and Zaria. Soul Snatcher! Snatching them souls. Maybe skateboarding and ice cream is the success. Is what leads to success. I'll give it a go. Soul Snatcher. Love that. Love that. Daze, I miss your mom in videos. Thanks. Will she be in any more? I doubt it. She's an old boomer. She'll bring the whole vibe of the channel down. Okay, we got Wes, we got Tyson, we got Tyreek. Anything can happen to anyone at any time. Is that Ricky Starks in the background? There he is. Shh. Hi. I know you got a lot of questions. I'm going to answer that in a few minutes. Yeah. What's your name? We're just seeing Orlando. Oh yeah, LFG. New clips. Boo. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? You know you've got him if you can get a toe-to-toe turning into a yay, boo. Yay, boo, yay. It is just a glimpse at what they actually teach them at the Performance Center. The yay, boo. Is that the technical name for it? If you can get it to a yay, boo... I thought yay boo was when your partner did something good. Drew said, I'm excited to get tickets Friday for Raw in May. Hopefully we'll get by the barricades and we can interact with the wrestlers. I'm going to be on Netflix. It should be fun, said Drew. Drew, shout out to you. Hannah said, Daze Soul's vertical leaps are very impressive. I haven't seen a higher vertical leap since Prime Mark Jindrak. She's on a lot of those leaderboards. And also that, what was his name? Troy Yearwood or something like that. who I don't know, but he was on a lot of those leaderboards as well. So he's someone to keep an eye on. Soul Snatcher! So good. So flipping good. I'm very interested in Ricky Starks against Wesley. That is going to be a banger. Could go that way. He did just interrupt him. People are throwing a fit at Moose being on the show. Shiz about to go nuclear if he ain't called Ricky Starks, said James. Matt said, Daze, do you hope NXT live shows returns? Oh, God, I'm so desperate for that, Matt. Please, can you put a word in? Matt, please. I used to go to them. I went to one in Bournemouth and one in Brighton, and I loved them. Matt, have a word. Get them to do NXT shows in the UK again. Actually, there's probably a good chance they will. There's probably a good chance that they will because it's obviously a bigger brand now, and they're going on the road a lot more now. Why not go international? You're flying, all these different places in America. It's not really any different than, going on to a slightly longer flight to the UK. Yeah, I used to love those. There's videos on the channel of me going to NXT shows in 2016 in Bournemouth. Like OG content from 2016. And saw Nakamura, Balor, Asuka, Samoa Joe, Peyton Royce. Did I say Shinsuke? I think Samoa Joe, Finn Balor was the main events. I think it was Asuka, Peyton Royce. I think Revival might have been there as well. But yeah, really did love going to those. They haven't been since before the pandemic. Jurgen needs a lot of work on the mic, said Thomas. He is on the Legends and Future Great show. Right. Well, he's got very good numbers, I know that. So I could believe that there's a lot of work to be done there. Otherwise, I'm sure we would have seen him on NXT. People cheered him on NXT, but they boo him on TNA Impact. It seems hypocritical. Well, I don't know anything about Moose. As James just said, there seems to be a little bit of a backlash out there. But not from everyone. I mean, Natalia was excited, and I'm seeing other big accounts that were quite excited. Okay, we are going back to the show. Are we about to find out? Here's Ava. Smile on her face. Contract signing. That's not his music, is it? Isn't that just generic music? Or is that going to be his music? Here he is. There's the man that shocked the world, but what's his name? We're all about to be a part of history. God, they're really building this up to be a massive deal, aren't they? Really building this up to be a massive deal. Here we go. Okay, Tyler said, Daze, today was horrible. My mom got into an accident. I hope this is a good show. Tyler, I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope she's doing okay. I'm sorry to hear that, dude, honestly. NXT is amazing, said Ricky. Here we go, then. He wants to get some stuff off of his chest. Tony Khan is an absolute... No, he probably won't. Standing right here is reality. This isn't a dream. Let's go. Winning the NXT Championship. I'm the man in NXT. The revolution begins. The revolution begins. Ethan Page is coming out. So Ethan Page making his way down to the ring. So you're about to sign your NXT contracts. You're following the Ethan Page playbook, says Ethan Page. What if he calls himself Ethan Page? What if that's his new name? Well, you say there's only one Ethan Page, but actually, my new name is Ethan Page. The spotlight's not big enough for the both of us. I walk the walk and I talk the talk. Now's the time for celebration, says Ricky's Lance. Go you. Yeah, your big victory over Javon. Go you. One thing is this. People like Javon always come back around. I didn't realise that Ethan had banged his nose up so bad. I'm pretty sure Javon couldn't walk himself out the venue. Oh, Javon's here, actually. So Javon in the ring, unload him on Ethan Page. Just as Ethan was like, I'm pretty sure Javon couldn't even walk himself out the arena. Well, he's in this arena, and they're brawling in the crowds. Ava's like, don't worry about that. That happens round here. You probably should let him know about the car park as well, Ava. Here we go. Contract being signed. Being interrupted again, but only this time it's Wesley. Well, we don't know who he is, to be honest. We're still waiting to find out the name. That's going to be the big reveal. Here's Wesley. Yeah, he did kind of cut in front of him earlier. Okay. Good match. Is everyone around here always? Yes. Yes, actually, they are. They are. Okay. Next week. Yeah, but who are you? What's your name? Next week. Next week, you'll be welcomed to the revolution. Oh, yes! Yes! He got there just before Wes could get to him. Oh, that's good. I tell you what, if he can drop his name now, that would be a nice way to... Oh, well, I'll take that as well, actually. I was going to say, oh, we're going to look. What's it say? What's it say? Ricky Saints! Ricky Saints! His new name! Ricky Saints! Oh, Ricky Saints. What do you think about Ricky Saints? Guys, poll. Do you like Ricky Saints? Ricky Saints? I don't hate it, but it's... Why is it not Starks? What do you think? What do you think? I don't think it's drastically different. I can definitely... I think it'll grow on me. I don't love it as much as Ricky Starks, but I think that's because I know Ricky Starks. Hello, we're backstage with Tavian and Miles. Hardy Boys. They're calling out the Hardys. Next week. What, they want Hardys next week on NXT? Well, that's got to be accepted, hasn't it? I mean, surely it's going to happen. I can't imagine us doing that and it not happening. I wanted Ricky Steaks. Oh, Ricky Steaks would have been good. That's... Well, do we know the name of this group? Izzy Dame looks amazing. She's got all the lumps and the bumps, hasn't she? Ricky Saints isn't bad, said Here Is the Thing. It's obviously for merchandise and trading. Maybe WWE just want to drift away from him being in AEW. I don't know, because they kept Ethan Page the same and they've kept Jade Cargill the same. And I don't quite understand why we've only changed his name. Ricky Sparks, said PJ. Chris said, it's not horrible. There's not really any difference for me. The more I think about it, the more I like it. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as you. Ricky Saints is really not that different to Ricky Starks. And it's not really anything there that I'm like offended by or anything like that. And Saints, Ricky Saints. It's all right. Yeah. I mean, I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I don't mind it, said David. That wasn't an option, David. It's either do you like it or do you not like it. Yeah. Haven't got time for this. It's either you love it or you hate it, and that is it. Yeah. I doubt that Shawn Spears sells much merch. Ricky will be seen as having more potential, said Here Is the Thing. But not more potential than, like, what, Jade Cargill that they've really pushed. I don't know. I'm sure it is to do with merchandising and owning the rights to the name, but why him and not Ethan Page? Why him and not Jade Cargill? Like, why him and not Motor City Machine Guns? I don't know. That's the only thing I can't... If they'd changed all of them names as well, then it would be a no-brainer, but we've just brought in a load of people that we've not... They didn't change the name for Penta. Could have changed his name to anything. Triangle. Flipping square. But instead we've gone with, like, Penta. So I don't know. It must be to do... I agree. It must be to do with trademarking merchandising. I do agree with that. It's because Zoe has the last name. Do you know, that might sound crazy, but it actually might not be crazy. That actually might be the answer. Is that we've already got a Starks. And we can't really change her name. I suppose we could. She could be Zoe Saints. Yeah, she should be Zoe Saints, and we should have Ricky Starks. You're right. Why is it women always get their own way? Eh? You're right. This is a disgrace. I hate it now. No, I've thought about it. It sucks. Justice for Ricky Saints. The more potential than Shawn Spears. Someone in the chat asked why he had got to keep his name, said Here Is the Thing. Dr. Luchalala said Penta's been in other promotions. Yeah, but so's Ricky. Ricky's been in AEW. He's been in NWA. He's been in other promotions. I think there might be something in the Zoe thing. They have all the merchandise for Zoe Stark, so changing it would throw a lot out. And the 2K25 game. I'm with you. You don't need to justify it. I'm with you. I can see that being a factor. There's the sphere. There he is. Ricky Saints. Ricky Saints. Oh, hello. Hank and Tat. Loads of people have been murked backstage. It's going to be that group, innit? It's going to be that group. This place is crazy. He better not go to the parking lot. Jared said Ricky Sparks. That's if he was a mechanic. Ricky Sparks. Ricky Sparks. Ricky Sparks. Here we go. Here's the underwear. Right, yeah, I think we might be running out of time a little bit here. We got Shawn Spears versus Stacks. Okay, we are underway. My left stroke just went viral. Ricky Saints to Tony Khan. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I forgot this match was happening, said Alex. QMDH Slider, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. Oh, I thought he was going for a chop block there, Starks, but he actually went underneath the legs of Shawn Spears. Lovely boot to the side of the head. Yeah, good work so far in this one. Stacks is a man on a mission. Oh, lovely kick coming in. Boom! Drives him down. Lovely work there by Shawn Spears. Draping DDT. Now we got Ty Dillinger match in 2025. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't take him back to Ty Dillinger, to be honest. I've known Shawn Spears close to 20 years, says Corey Graves. As he goes for the cover. He's got to get the win here, hasn't he? It'd be so strange for him to not get the victory here. Because we're really investing in this new group of his. Right. Let's go back over here. Shot coming in. Let's end this poll. I think we've got as many results as we need. Knee to the midsection. Net breaker. I'll mute my TV if you do colour commentary, says Batwoods. Thank you, Batwood. That's very kind. Stomp coming in there by Shawn Spears. Daze, do you think Tavian could be a main eventer? Oh, I really love Tavian. I really love Tavian. I've got a lot of time for him. I know that he's still putting it together. I know that he's still learning, but I've got a lot of time for Tavian. I was really impressed with what I saw and the reaction he was able to get from over in Japan. Who are these people at ringside? Has this been spoken about? Have I missed it? Why have we got two people standing by the crowds? Shawn Spears goes down. They're coming round. Oh, they're there just to separate the Riz and Izzy Dame. Shot coming in there. And again, throwing in shots here, Stacks. Lovely kick going upstairs. Lovely work. Stacks charging over. Colliding into Shawn Spears. Picks him up. Boom! Spinebuster. Goes back to the corner. Stacks in control. He's looking to climb up. Perched. Boom! Lovely work. Missile drop kick there by Stacks. Going over, trying to roll over. Shawn. Oof. Yeah, that was pretty brutal by Shawn. Driving Stacks down onto his knee. He's looking to grab him right now. He's got him up on the shoulders. Oh! That might do it. That might put Stacks away. Seems to have took the life out of him, and it exactly has achieved that. Stacks gets the victory with the C4. And puts Stacks away. Let's get the poll up, shall we? So Shawn Spears with the win over Stacks. That new group making their presence felt earlier. There's Moose. Alexis King. You probably know who I am after I beat up your buddy last week. I don't see you putting your X Division title on the line. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get Moose Lexis King next week then. Well, there we go. Moose versus... They're really stacking next week's show, aren't they? Oh, yeah, here's these two guys. They found Andre Chase. That's the old Mr. Chase. That's the old Mr. Chase that we need. Chase U is dead. He's going out there. Andre Chase is going out on his own. Oh, man, I didn't realise next week was such a big show, but they've really stacked it. Really stacked it. Karrion Kross has reacted to Moose being on the show, and he says it's about time. Okay, so Andre Chase is making his way down to the ring. Have they reacted? Have they? Is this a response? I've got a clip here that might be on NXT.
I did not expect to tune into NXT programming tonight and hear our names called out on it, much less challenged to a match. But I got to tell you, no quarter catch crew, I'm very flattered that you had the Hardys on your mind tonight. Should we accept that challenge, Jeff?
Of course we should accept that
those
challenge.
figures.
We're the TNA
All these
World Tag
toys.
Team Champions, man, and it's 2025. We're still innovating. We're still influencing. We're still inspiring. We're still modifying the craft of pro wrestling. How's that for an axiom, Fraxium?
Fraxium, why don't you pull up a front row seat and watch us beat the no quarter catch crew? After a plot twist, a twist of fate, a swanton, you'll realize, while we are the greatest tag team in all of space and time, the best, the GOATs.
And people always wonder, what's next? What's next? Maybe it's a Hardy party at NXT.
Let's go. Looks like he's shooting himself in the mouth. Boom. I'm sure they'll play that. What if they don't and we've just got the exclusive on that? Oh my God. Guys, exclusive news. No one else is going to report on that. Basically, the Hardys have accepted. Daze, at this point, the only one person that can save Andre University is you. Let's go. I'll motivate him. I'll get him going. Right, we are at commercial break at the moment. Yeah, I mean, that card for next week is going to be insane. That card for next week is stacked. Seriously stacked. Chase is giving me leaving to the main roster vibes. I don't know. He's been depressed for so long. He's been depressed for so long. I'm sort of losing hope. Okay, we are at commercial break, but we should be going back real soon. Andre Chase just needs his chihuahua back. She's off drinking coffee, but she's living her best life. She hasn't got time to go back and be with Andre Chase. Plus, also, she's not really allowed, is she? Because that was the stipulation. I've been watching WWE for years, said Ninja. I finally decided that I would watch every single week from now on, just like Raw and SmackDown, says Ninja. That's good. If you enjoy it, why not? You know? And honestly, right now, NXT is the best. This show has been so much fun. We found out Ricky Starks. I mean, think about that. They've just made a massive deal out of what is Ricky Starks' name going to be. And it's a little change to like Ricky Saints. They could have easily just had that on a graphic or something, but they made such a big thing out of it by never mentioning it, and it got people talking. Like, that's really clever. It's really clever. And then, of course, like Moose, however you feel about that. Starting the show. We've still yet to see or hear from this new group. We're about to find out a bit more now with Andre Chase and kind of what's going on in this situation. Like, there's just so many things that are happening. It's really a lot of pieces really feel like they're being like put together here. So Andre Chase against Eddie Thorpe. This is going to be our next match. We're going to need to end this poll, aren't we? This was, for our third match, this was STARKS versus Shawn. Uh, 71, 5, 16, 6. Yeah, people not crazy about that last match, but that's okay. Eddie versus Andre Chase. But yeah, I think, honestly, I think it's been a really fun show. Okay, Andre. Boom. Okay, we are underway then with this match. We got Eddie Thorpe driving Andre Chase back to the corner. Chop coming in there by Andre Chase. He's got Eddie back in the corner. Another chop coming in there by Andre Chase. Eddie Thorpe in control. Kicks coming in. Yeah, there is going to be a lot of TNA talent on the show next week. Going over against the ropes. Duck underneath over the other side. Crossbody. Going for the pin, but kick out there by Eddie. Andre Chase trying to get back. He still looks really disheveled, doesn't he? Like, he's just still so broken. He's like when Baron Corbin was bum-ass Corbin. Like, just broken. Sad Andre Chase. Goes to the outside. Down goes Eddie Thorpe. Okay, maybe you can feed off the energy of the crowds. Yeah, there we go. Come on, Andre Chase. Need to get back on your feet, dust yourself off. Andre Chase going up, perched. Eddie Thorpe comes over. Andre Chase rolling through. Duck underneath. Kick coming into the midsection by Eddie. Andre against ropes, back elbow. Andre goes down. 2 count there by the referee. I can't believe Moose is wrestling next week against Lexis King, said A. Jobson. Oh my God, I can't wait to see the Hardys next week. Look, we've got a couple of those boomers. They've turned up in Chase U shirts. Let's go Chase. Let's go Chase. Let's go Chase. Let's go Chase. Over against the ropes. Big kick coming in. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Okay, the crowd are applauding. Down goes Andre Chase, down on his knees. Looking to get a suplex. Andre Chase still trying here. Okay, these students jumping out the crowds. Big kick coming in there by Andre Chase. Down goes Eddie. Crowd are still kind of there. Picks him up. Oh, lovely. Andre Chase. 1, 2. Oh. That was close. That was close. Maybe Mr. Hickenbottom has finally found great footing in booking NXT. He'll probably keep the flow of it, and it might get even better. Well, I mean, to be honest, I just think he's got a lot of pieces to work with, what with the TNA partnership. He's got, like, a lot of great talent coming in, like Jordynne Grace, Julia, Stephanie. They've just signed Ricky Starks. I mean, you got some great pieces to work with. Plus, we've just been using, like, A-Town Down Under, Bailey. He's just got so much to work with. I mean, he's very fortunate. But you've still got to put those pieces together, you know, so... Eddie Thorpe from behind. Eddie Thorpe, 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Big boot there by Eddie. Oh, into a German. Nice suplex. Oh, drives him down. He's getting murked. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. Wah, wah, wah. It's a win for Eddie Thorpe. Andre Chase is washed. Do you know what, guys? He just didn't believe in himself. If he had more confidence, he could have won that. So let that be a lesson to you. You've got to believe in yourselves, yeah? Otherwise, you're just another Andre Chase. Yeah, look, he's down in the corner. Oh, we got lights. What's this? Oh, it's trick. It's trick. You got it twisted. It's not over till I say it's over. If I'm going down, I'm bringing you under with me. Okay, well, I don't think he's going to attack him. It is like, where are you? Where are you? But he's not there. He's there. That's where he is, Eddie. That's where you'll find him. In your mind. And also probably in the car park. Right, Daze. Oh, we read that. WrestleRant says, X Brony N Afik. Whoop, that chant is never going to go away or not be popular. They've booked Trick terrible in the last month, but that's why he's cooked off. Oh, I don't know. He still gets big reactions. Still gets big reactions. Place was going bananas when he was coming out at Vengeance Day. Buried Alive match, said Wrestle with Andy. Hannah said, maybe Mickey finally found... We read that. Finally, a serious version of Trick. Trick Williams beating Eddie would be shocking, said Brony. Trick Willie. Let's go. Suzanne said that would have been a good time to have got a beat down from those guys. Yeah, there was a chance that they could have come out then, but I'm all right with Trick just sending a little message. I'm all right with it. Dun, dun. Right, we are at commercial break. NXT, boom. Daze, what's the favourite wrestling merch that you bought? What did you buy from a shop? Is it shirts, accessories, belts? Hello, Varlin. Favourite wrestling merch? Depends what age I am. And when I was a kid, it would have been figures and it would have been wrestling buddies. I very rarely got stuff from shops, though, because we didn't have much money. So I would always get stuff from, like, car boots, secondhand, stuff like that. I loved it. I would not change it for the world. Like... If you go to a shop, you sort of know what the shop might have. But if you go to a car, but you ain't got a clue what you're going to find. And it was amazing. Loved it. Wouldn't change it. So, yeah, I used to go, like, on a Sunday, we would get up at, like, 5 in the morning. It would take about 40 minutes to get there. And then, like, car boots are big. I mean, it's row after row after row after row after row of just cars. And in front of the cars are, like, tables, paste-in tables. And it's just all the stuff they're selling. So There'd be Matchbox cars, there'd be plates, there'd be binoculars, there'd be wrestling stuff, there'd be vinyl, there'd be CDs, there'd be rugs, you know, teapots, flipping tools, garden stuff. I mean, you name it, it was there. There was just everything. So you'd be going around like looking for the wrestling stuff. So when I was young, it would be the figures, the videos, and the wrestling buddies, because I'd wrestle them on my bed. So I couldn't really say any of that. It'd probably, if I had to choose one, it'd be the videotapes, wouldn't it? Because that was my only way of watching the shows. But then, you know, as I got older, I kind of really stepped away from merch as I got older. I had a few shirts during the Attitude Era, but I didn't buy the Jax figures. I didn't really like how they looked. And I wasn't really I think I'd grown up, you know. It's funny because as soon as I saw the Mattel stuff, I was really impressed with what they were doing. And so that kind of got me back into figures. Because I just thought they looked amazing. They just looked really good. But I can't really say anything's going to beat videotapes from back in the day. That would probably be the ultimate, yeah. Probably a bit of a boring answer, but honestly, that was, before the internet, that was my only gateway to WWE, you know. Okay, we've got Ava and we've got Ricky. Saints. Here's Ethan. I'm worried about Javon. I thought I was done with him. Here's Wes. Ava's like, no. Okay, here's Javon. Easy fix. Tag match. It's going to be Wes and it's going to be Ethan taking on Javon and Ricky. Oh, guys, they showed that footage. I can't believe it. I thought we were going to have the exclusive on that. Good. We had the exclusive for like 5 minutes. Guys, if you want the latest news, you come here. Because we've got it 5 minutes before they show it on the show. Yeah. Never forget that. Is next week going to be like 3 hours or something, said Rebecca? I hope so. It better be. Nathan said, Daze, everyone, as Ricky's name go, do we think they didn't want to get confused with Zoe? I do like that theory, yes. I don't know that to be 100% true, but I do like that theory. Yeah, so we're just hearing from the Hardys right now. We've only got 20-odd minutes left to go, so, I mean, we really do need to get moving. Look at that. It's confirmed. Oh, look at it. We're going to have the Hardys on NXT next week. How have we not built that up bigger? Tickets are still available. Also, next Tuesday, it's going to be Karmen against Stephanie. Let's go. We've also got Moose taking on Lexis King. X Division Championship on the line. I like these graphics. Look really good. Also, we've got Ricky Saints and Javon Evans taking on Ethan Page and Wesley. Stacked. Next week is stacked. I might not end the stream and I might just stay here and wait for next week. We'll watch like SmackDown when it's on and whatnot, but I might just wait. Right, here we go then. Main event time. Main event time. Stephanie making her way out. Oh, God, it's going to be ages just to get through the flipping entrance, isn't it? Guys, how much better is NXT compared to Raw and SmackDown? Like, it's not even close, is it? It's not even close. I don't even feel like it's close. If tickets weren't sold out, they will be now, said True Ace Wyatt. Blue Wheel Sonic, let's see what you've got, Hardy Boys. Yeah. It's time for them to step up. They've had it too easy for too long. Let's see what they're all about. Stephanie, Jordan, and Julia versus... I can't remember. It's a load of boomers, isn't it? It's a load of boomers, lady boomers. Shall we just call NXT former AEW? Yeah. AEW originals. I love her music. She's got great music. It is great music. Julia's got such great music. From Tokyo, Japan. That's not true. She was born in England. I'm not allowing that. I actually find that offensive. She is actually from London, and she was born in 1994. When did she go back, though? She was born in February 94 in London to an Italian father and a Japanese mother. When she was 1, they moved to Japan. Come on. She was born in London, and they weren't on holiday. She stayed here till she was 1. Everyone knows those are the formative years. They are so important. That first 12 months is really makes you who you become. Yeah. So, in my mind, she's English. In my mind, she should come down to the ring and be like, hello, governor. Hello, governor. Going up the apples and pears. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. I don't know what that is. I don't even think that is London, but she could sing a song like that. Yeah. Daze, I'm opening more Chrome cards. I just got a gold Lash Legend. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you. You've already won big. What was your... didn't you say you was going to get another auto, potentially? Did you get another auto? Because you've already done very, very well. You already found a Hogan card, didn't you? This is all Nick Khan's fault. Imagine Julia meeting Danny Dyer. In my mind, it's the same person. We need a wrestler with a Cockney accent, said Scottish Nightmare. It should be Julia, but she just won't do it. Don't understand why. She hates the UK, and I don't know why. We've only got 18 minutes left to go, so... Jeez. I can't... This is just going to be a bonkers main event, innit? La 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 la. It's Tuesday, innit? It is Tuesday, innit, buds? Hardy Boys wrestling in WWE in 2025 is something that I was never certain about. I'm excited, said Ninja. A. Jobson said WWE is killing it tonight. Will you start 10 hours early next week? Yeah. 7 days early. Fatal influencer trash, said Dr. Luchalala. I want someone with a Scouse accent. Even us in England can struggle with that sometimes. R.I.P. anyone trying to figure out what the hell's being said if you're not even English. They are killing it tonight. Right. Let's go. Where are we on this? I can never see this clock. We got a minute, and then we're going back. I almost wish I was born in the 90s. Then I would have an excuse, says Capata. That's from The Lion King. What, the coconut thing? I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. I don't even know what it is from. I don't know. I was going to break out into Mary Poppins. That's all based in London, isn't it? Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. Imagine her dancing around like that, like Dick Van Dyke on the rooftops from Mary Poppins. That's the gimmick she should have, not this beautiful madness or whatever. Chimney sweep from Mary Poppins. Okay, Julia, picture this. Mary Poppins, yeah. Chimney sweep. How do you feel about that? I just don't know why she won't embrace who she really is. I find it very upsetting. Right. We've got 15 minutes, but there's just not enough time. Fatal Influence are still making their way slowly to the ring. Oh, yeah, my favourite bit. I flipping love this bit. Come here, you. Come here, come here. Come here. Yeah, what is it? Oh, God, she always gets me with that. Oh, my God. Every week. Every week she's like, oh, this is the week. Come here. Come here. I do have something to tell you. You like what you see, don't you? Come here. Every week she's like that. Here's Fatal Influence. Come on, you can't tell me you wouldn't find it hilarious if Julia was back there as a chimney sweep. I don't know why I can't shake that idea. Right, here we go. NXT on fire, says Brandon. I do like Fatal Influence's entrance, said Alex. 1 week, do you reckon that Jasmine might be like, come here, and we do get close, and then she like kisses the camera and she like that. Imagine that. Oh my God, imagine the mass celebration. If 1 week she is like, come here, and then she just kisses the camera and we'll be like, what's going on? This is the greatest moment in the history of wrestling. Oh my God. The boyhood dream has come true. Maybe in a final match, you know, like when it's time to hang up the boots and she's been wrestling for 30 years. Perhaps then in a final match, she will finally not do that and she will just give a kiss to the camera. And we'll be crying like this. I can't believe it's over. She's the greatest we've ever seen. Forearm shot there by Jasmine. Serious question. Do other YouTubers have... I can't answer. I don't know, do I? Dude, I don't know what I'm doing half the time. There ain't no point asking me about other YouTubers. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Karmen said, Daze, what month, day, year, place was you born in? Because I was born on November 14th, 2001 in Hammond, Indiana. I was born May 12th, 2004. And that was in Stourbridge, United Kingdom. So, I can't remember if it's 2003 or 2004. I get mixed up. I'm either 21 or about to be 21. I can't remember. Duck underneath, against the ropes. Round the back, roll up, lovely work. 1, 2. Kick out by Jordynne Grace. If she's ever faced, that could be a change she could make, says Davids. I'd cry. I'd flip. It'd be more emotional than Cody finishing his story. In they come, and Julia, Stephanie, Jordan all getting in there as well. Daisy's 20 years old, confirmed. Brony, I'm not sure. I couldn't work out the maths that quick, to be honest. So I'm not sure, but yeah, I probably am. You're probably right. I don't even think I've done a poll, did I, for the Eddie Thorpe-Andre Chase match? Am I slacking? Kicks coming in. I think I am slacking. Am I slacking? I don't even know anymore. She's not going to do it. She is going to do it. Air Jordan. Boom. Down go. Fatal influence. Why have we got these security guards? What's going on? Why is there security guards? They've got to mean something. Why does that one look like a young Triple H? He looks like a cross between a young Triple H or maybe Greg the Hammer Valentine, but I'm getting young Triple H vibes from him. Boom. Did they explain it? Did I miss it? Oh, here it is. Yeah. I got a quick question. Why do we like that move? Why is it that we react so big to that move? What is is there something really sexy about it that I'm missing? You gotta love it. I don't find that move that sexy, to be honest. I feel like I'm meant to, but I don't find it that sexy. Ref, you suck. Ref, you suck. Ref, you suck. Do any of you find it sexy? Is it just me? Do any of you find it sexy? I mean, anything Stephanie does is going to be sexy, but is it like, oh yeah, is it like that sexy, is it? I don't know. Boom, JC colliding into Stephanie. It's that ass. Zaria. Okay. Sorry, I'll write that down. What is it? It's that ass, you say. Okay, that. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Well, that checks out. It's got a killer knees, said Mitchell. I'd rather she Bronco busted. Daze, use your imagination. Yeah, but I don't get it. She'll have to do it again because, I mean, it's not like the kind of movement you make if you're having sexual intercourse. I don't get it. Against the ropes, forearm strike. It is Daze, says Larry. What, it is sexy. Well, everything she does is sexy, but you know what I mean? Like, people just love that move. Booker loves that move. The crowd are now reacting to that move, but right now we've got Fallon in there with Stephanie going over into the corner. Daze, don't fight it, says Tyler. I'm not. I'm trying to find it. I'm not fighting it. I'm trying to locate it. I'm looking for it. Guys, you know me. I'm ready to be a perv. I am literally... I'm ready. Yeah, look. For research purposes, right? That's not a sex thing. She's not... Like, where would the penis be? Do you know what I mean? Where's the penis meant to go? And that's a very good question, isn't it? Think about that. That's a very... Guys, I am a professional streamer asking a very serious question right now. Where's the penis meant to go? I'm just saying, I don't look at that and see sexual intercourse. That's all I'm saying, yeah? I'm seeing a girl battering her knees. That's what I'm seeing. And like a mother, I'm very concerned, actually. JC goes down. Stephanie's still in there. Oh, that's a lovely pin attempt, that is. That is a lovely pin attempt. Stephanie on her knees, trying to go over to JC. JC with the net breaker. Lovely net breaker. Stephanie grabbing her. Daze, you need to put yourself in that move to understand. Listen, if ever she's available, I'm available. I'll give it and receive it just to see if, you know what I mean? Let's get a full picture. Fallon against the rope. Oh, Stephanie goes down, going for the cover. 1, 2, shoulder up. Daisy is asking the important questions. Thank you. Thank you. Duck underneath. Clothesline. Oh, big shot coming in. Both, they down go. 5 minutes left to go here. Six Horror Kingman said she can do it to me and then you can see. I don't know if I want to be watching, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? I love the community, but things get a bit awkward then, you know? Just saying. I don't think I'd be able to read your comments or the same way, you know? Shoulder tackles there by Jordynne. Jordynne into wreck house, slamming down. Oh my God. Boom! You get murked. You get murked as well. Everyone's getting murked. Jordynne Grace is murking everyone. Kick coming into the midsection there by JC. Wow. Lovely. Double Northern Lights. Inverted atomic drop into a clothesline. Jordynne Grace is doing Jordynne Grace things. Slap coming in there by Jordynne. Big boot there by Jordynne as well. Oh, is this a muscle buster? Muscle buster! Ah! Look at her! She's like Samoa Joe. Shoulder up. She could be called Samoa Joan. Muscle busting. Pump handle. Knee to the midsection. And again. That's great. JC into the corner. Scooping her up. Oh. Up. Middle rope. Boom. You get kicked. You go down. Splash. JC moves out the way. JC. Boom. Big knee. Big knee. 1, 2. 3 minutes. 3. They've done well with the time they had. They didn't get loads of time. They've done well. Kick coming in there by JC. Here's Fallon. Going over to the court. Oh, little slip. Little slip. Blockbuster. Blockbuster. Oh, Pele kick. Go on. Go on. Go on, Jasmine. 2. Oh. Everyone goes down. She is so good at those Pele kicks. I love that for her. NXT. That looked brutal, said Alex. I think Grace could snap me in half, says Matt. Knee to the midsection. Lovely throw. Lovely throw. Here's Julia. Julia and Fallon. Picks her up. Ooh. Kick to the midsection by JC. Nice reversal into the corner. Bang. Yep. Lovely. Belly to back as we got Julia on the outsides. Fallon grabs the leg, trips her over to the outsides, into the ring steps. Where's this new group? Are we just not going to get them at all? I can't imagine they're going to get involved here, but we're really running out of time. Here's Jasmine. Oh, do you reckon it'll be... Oh, we're hearing something. We got to go backstage type thing. Oh! Drive up by Jordynne and she gets it. The Juggernaut. Yeah. And we still got a couple of minutes. So there is time. There is chance. Welcome to NXT. It's got to be let's go backstage or we get a little interruption or something. We got a minute to go. It's the best. It's the strongest. NXT. NXT. Give us this group, you boomers. Give us this group, you boomers. They will. They will. Love it. Flipping love it. Here we are. In the car park. There's that group. And we've got loads of people. Look at the carnage. That says something like no one is safe. Stone? Oh, I bet it was Stevie. I bet Stevie did this. Robert Stone is down. If Robert Stone has been attacked, it is 100% Stevie Turner. 100%. Those masked people, that's just a distraction. I know what's going on. I know the truth here. I know what's really happening. Perhaps Stevie Turner's going to be revealed to be like the overlord of the new group. Now they've gone after Robert Stone, Mr. Stone. There we go. That is the end of the show. And we did get a little sum up, but I was hoping for a bit more. Not from the show. The show was fantastic, but I mean from the new group. Timu Retribution. Oh, I don't know. Let's not do them dirty. We've only just got started. I think it's so far so good. We haven't found out their names yet. If their names are going to be like Barry Balls and flipping... I don't know. Crossroads. I don't know why that came to my mind. It's Cody's move. It's not that bad. We had Slapjack and T-Bar and all of them for Retribution. Steak Knife. Steak Knife. Oh my God, here's Steak Knife. Here's Rolling Pin. That's right. I'm thinking of kitchen utensils. It's Whisk. Oh my God, it's Whisk. Steak Knife, Rolling Pin, Whisk. The cutlery drawer. Yes. Actually, I've changed my mind. That's a great idea. Cutlery, 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 cutlery. Yes. And then what we could do is we could get Gordon Ramsay to be revealed as the Dark Overlords. And that would be so good for ratings. Oh my God. Yeah, I've just talked myself into that. We know their names. Yeah, that is true, actually. They haven't. We know the Osiris, but we don't know the others. Because it's probably from that list of trademarked names, isn't it? This is why we can be confident that it's not going to be another Retribution. Right, get your votes in. The cookie cutter could be the fin. That's good. Yes. The cookie cutter, that is good. Teaspoon and can opener. Oh my God, Teaspoon. In my mind, that's Hornswoggle. We're bringing Hornswoggle in as Teaspoon. Oh, God, I love this for us. It's the spatula! Oh, yes. That's Omos. That's Omos's new name. Spatula. Oh, this is so good. Honestly, I was really not sure when we started on this venture, but it's worked out very, very well. Spatula. I don't know why. Spatula, like, makes me think big, long, so I am thinking Omos. But teaspoon, that's got to be Hornswoggle, isn't it? It's got to be. Viper Report said, reminder, Damian Priest was once known as Punishment Martinez. Alistair Malachi Black was once known as Tommy End. Kevin Owens was once known as Kevin Steen, and Gunther was known as Volta. Ricky Starks is now Ricky Saints. I mean, all of that is true. You could join under the name Spife. Oh my God, yes. Yes. That does work, doesn't it? I haven't seen one of them in ages, actually. I do have the OG Spife somewhere. Now, I never throw anything away. I'm like a flipping hoarder. But I haven't seen it in years. We do need Omos back to break that commentary table, said Dr. Luchalala. The faction name could be Junk Draw. Let's go. Right. There are unseens that need to be made, and I've decided that I'm going to go and make it. So let's get these scores down, and then we can run away after what has been, I think, a really fun show. Never felt bored. Loads of talking points. Monster week next week. So much stuff to talk about. This is just so far ahead of Raw and SmackDown. I can only hope that Triple H watches NXT. That's all I can hope. And that he learns how to book. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Because he was responsible for Black and Gold. And there are a lot of pressures on the main roster. But, you know. What did you think about NXT? One comment per person, please. No attach. Boom. Lovely. See you Friday. See you later, buds. Right, yeah. We're done. The spice rack. I like that, Josh. It's one of them, innit? When you got them on your shoulders. Tap out to the spice rack. Okay, thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. I'm going to do Unseen and get a review video done. And hopefully I will see you, well, tomorrow, Thursday, if you are members. Friday, if you're going to join us for SmackDown. So thanks a lot for watching.